once. And I haven't eaten anything since 8 this morning. But we're going to make this work out. So who wants to handle the recap of what happened last session while I try to stifle my hunger with water?
Have your mom get you something to eat.
She worked today too. I'm not going to make her do that.
I'm going to order pizza.
I would give you leftover pizza here if I could.
Anybody want to do the recap?
They all
Just in
died.
I did the last two, so I think I really need to let
Brad, do the recap.
Yeah, somebody please do the recap. That way I can pull up the stuff I need for this session.
Brad, I nominate you. Okay. Last time on A Brave New World. After fighting the cultists and finding out that the leader of the cultists was... And his second in command was the wizard man. Came up they went up, everybody was drowsy, didn't know what was going on, and they also found out that Dala and Layla, and the body of Layla, and Kira, disappeared. The party didn't even bother to find out where they went. So they just went about their day. Drummond, unbeknownst to the rest of the group, to start his own marketplace at the end. But he's got that going for him. And after a long discussion, Zarek was about to the party due to fear that his loved one was in trouble. He hadn't heard back from his familiar. Discussion, he decided one last tactic before making his final decision. There, he consulted his journal. In his journal, that Dream was lying to him. So, with that information, Zarek decided to stay with the group, but the group decided to go check out. His familiar told him that there was dancing lights that killed his familiar. So on the way down, they're going to pass through. They're going to go check out the lights and also run an errand with Drummond. Their way to the Badlands. We pick off.
Thank you very much, Chris.
It's not the best recap, but
you don't get any inspiration. You actually get negative 15 experience. And
fuck.
No, give yourself a point of inspiration. Thank you for that. You gave me a bit of time to collect my thoughts.
You need me to go on even more?
Nope. I'm just gonna have to say fuck it.
Nobody knows where Dala and Kira went. The party doesn't care. Who knows? They might wind up one day. Revenge.
We all think Eucerius has them. That's what.
Yeah, Eucerius fucking took my soul to God knows where. And I didn't get a chance to kill the burger lady.
Right? Having a good time.
I wanted revenge on the burger lady, but no, Hunter killed her before I could haunt her ass and make her burgers. Bitch.
So you just might have been minorly Shao Kahn.
He is just Layla is rolling in her grave in anger right now because she is never gonna let it down. I'm surprised she didn't go whisper sweet evils to Dala and tell her to kill her as soon as she gets the chance. Since she's alive.
I didn't have my soul. Eucerius has my soul. God knows where.
Exactly. So you can't do anything now.
According to the wise God up above that's watching and controlling everything. According to him, he says.
By that, I think he's talking about Mark.
A grand old time.
Trust me.
Yeah, she's doing her natural thing. You know, wolfing out and just hunting all night and day. Oh God!
She hates that. Her the whole thing was her to try to cure herself.
Exactly. But Eucerius said, "No, you're gonna do your natural thing and run free hunting and wolfing out."
I'm gonna kill that son of a bitch. Why
I would love to see you try to kill a CR30 creature. That would be awesome. Oh
God, it's gonna be a repeat of Jessica all over again.
Give me a shotgun and some whiskey, and I'll get it done. You underestimate my power.
How are you gonna kill Mother Nature with a shotgun and whiskey? You're gonna need a hell of a lot more than that.
Valeria, I do apologize. I did not have the time because I did not see until too late that you purchased a riding horse named Troy. So I wasn't able to make you a token for that, but I was able to make Zirak. If you look, Zirak, I made you your monkey token. It wasn't the same one you wanted because at first I made one because you said you wanted one with a vest and a hat. So you have a monkey with a vest and a hat, and you have a white Appaloosa riding horse token.
Thank you. I see Ophelia on there, yes. And I do see the monkey. I don't remember saying he was going to have a vest and a hat, but that's okay.
He said, I want a monkey companion, and I want him to wear a vest and a hat, and his name is Naboo.
Okay. Because the image I had in my mind was more like the monkey from the Golden Compass, but...
it was the only monkey I could find really quick with the vest
I like him.
I'll do my best to
cool.
make. Okay, and so what we're going to do is we're going to drop back in. It is the morning of the 8th of Ashish, and I will change that date. And you guys are stirring quite early as you guys are getting ready for the journey that you guys decided to take. Sort of last night settled on the fact that you guys are going to be heading east and then south towards Barrowshire. But Drummond approaches you all sort of apprehensively in the morning, seeking to change the plan for the journey. And so that's where we're going to pick up.
By the way, Mark, since you probably read my message late, do I receive a reply at all during all that time?
No. Because it takes a while for mail to get there and back. So it wouldn't have gotten there within that week. You can imagine from the first time you sent a letter from Helenon, you didn't get it back until like 2 weeks later. So...
So I know I said I had a quest in Barrowshire, but after thinking it over, I don't think I'm yet prepared to undertake it, and I don't think Zirak will be too distracted with his own thing, so I think we should head there first.
Was he distracted? I thought we were only doing that because it was going to be nearby, but the whole point was yours was on the way, on the route to the Barrowlands.
No, it's nice to see that Stroman has his priorities in order, whereas finding out what happened to my familiar is probably more important than any nonsense that he had in mind in any way.
Jesus
So
Christ.
we should indeed head first to where Moonlight met his end. I mean, I hope all of you considered Moonlight as much of a party member as I did. And if one of our party members were to fall in battle, wouldn't we want to first find out why?
Indeed.
Naboo is sitting on my shoulders with his arms crossed, looking sternly at each and every one of you.
Wizard, who's your monkey friend?
Who said that?
Ripley.
I know.
On a roll, damn it.
Brute. Maybe you're unfamiliar with how wizards work, but typically we have a familiar that works with us in order to make our spell casting more efficient and help share in the burden of magic. It's typical amongst wizards to have a familiar, and this is mine.
I
I will
see.
not lie, Zarek. I may be distracted as you were during our other fight, for where you now know that your beloved is safe. When I first told you guys about my quest, my friend is missing still, and probably not safe.
I empathize with Thalian's position, actually, and take a moment to consider the words that I had hitherto previously said, and feel like I'll say, Thalian, you make a very valid point, and I was very distracted, and I apologize for that, but it couldn't be helped. And if you are also so distracted, perhaps we should resolve the matter of your missing friend before we move on to the lights in this forest. Moonlight is gone, and his soul has returned to the Feywild, and I now have this. I mean, it's kind of reborn in Naboo's form. So it's I leave it to you. I would be okay with either option.
Since, if I do look to the rest of you, we are setting up pretty much home base here, so I believe we'll be coming back here. I'm not the only one who's feeling that, am I?
Market, I'm planning to come back.
Yeah, I thought that was the plan. We were gonna build a forge here with Roger and stuff, so...
Yes,
Yeah.
our intention when we left Halanon was to stay close to Roger, and I feel like with his brother, with what happened with his brother, he might need us to stay close more than ever.
I agree.
Mark, who
Especially
now
with
runs?
things that went down.
Now, who's in charge of Brayburn at the moment? Is it Roger?
The Duchess, as the Duke Regent, the son, who is next in line, is just too young to rule at the moment. So the Duchess is sort of playing the role of regent for the meantime, with the help of other few people.
So if everyone is okay with doing this trek to the Barrowlands, then
Niñas, no sé quién es eso, pero lo que se ha juntado. No,
that threw me off.
That's a language I have not heard of before. What is that?
And then when we return, we can check in on both areas that we originally meant to do on the way, if you guys are okay with this.
I'm perfectly fine with the idea of going to the furthest place first and then returning and stopping off on the way back home. That seems to be the most expedient route at any rate.
Yes, I agree that.
So I guess we're going to the Barrowlands
I thought that
first.
was the plan.
And maybe on the way to these Barrowlands, Thalion, if you could fill us in on what to expect, maybe what the land is like, what the people are like, what was going on there, that kind of thing.
You mean so that way we don't have any Usariuses popping up on us again? Ugh.
I'll describe
That was
the
not fun.
area the way my mentor described it and trained me. You will have to be ready for a lot of things. I think I only subtly mentioned it to Valeria once, but I trained fighting the undead out in the Barrowlands.
So basically, expect it to be rough and full of lots of monsters, right?
Yes, it is pretty gloomy, but if you know what to watch for and what to avoid, we should be fine. And if we run into things, I'll explain areas that you should focus on with some of these creatures.
That sounds lovely. Very lively.
So I'm looking at our big map of Brahmana, and I don't see the Barrowlands on the map. Are they off the map?
The Barrowlands is a totally different country. Brahmana is a country in itself. The Barrowlands is just what people call old Usaria now. Usaria used to be a sort of sister country that split Brahmana and Estok. And it was in the Barrowlands where the Age of Woe hit the hardest, as it was the main focal point of the war. And since the undead could not progress past Kairist, it sort of got hit the hardest. And you guys, those of you that remember traveling through there, Valyria, really just Valyria at this point, you remember just how dour the place looked, how dark it was almost constantly. There was a pall in the air that felt heavy. Like the air felt heavy as if it was constantly just sad.
So is it far to the east past Kairith?
It's to the east, past Kairith, over the pass. So you guys go over the mountains and all the way. But please keep talking amongst yourselves, because now I have to change out everything I just put in. So
that was gonna happen was they said, "Oh, we'll just go to the Barrowlands first." I can see Mark just flipping shit, all the paperwork on his desk. He's like, "What the?"
I'm not gonna lie, I threw my water bottle.
What's that mean? Fuck this, fuck that, fuck this.
I would suggest that we should probably get blankets and everything. I do remember when we went over the mountain pass. Well, I think that was just Valeria in the cart then.
And Layla. But she's dead now, who cares, right?
Hey, wait! How am I to blame for this?
That's cold!
Valeria, I considered that, but I think the Harlow Township would be out of our way. It wouldn't be impossible to go to the Barrowshire on the way, but we're avoiding that for now. So I guess we just head directly east and skip that stuff for now.
Right.
But I mean, I'm thinking whatever is happening in the woods down south with the lights and whatnot has already been happening for a while, and I didn't realize that this place you're suggesting we go to is that far away. I mean, this travel is going to be what, months before we get back?
Remind me, Mark, how long was that trek?
To Valeria 2 months.
It took Valeria 2 months of travel to get from Estok to Halanon. It took you guys about a month, maybe a month and a half.
Okay, so
it took Zirak from Saradane. It took Zirak 2 weeks.
So based on that little bit of information, as I can imagine our party might be rolling out some maps and looking up the distance and thinking about what provisions we might need to buy or hiring a cart, that kind of thing. Maybe hooking up with a caravan if we're going to head that far east. Whatever bounties are here right now on the bounty board, we're just scratching off to go do this thing in the Barrowlands, because as the world continues to happen while we're gone for months at a time, whatever that shit's going on right now is going to be done and over with by the time we get back. Right? So we have to consider that if we are interested in what might have happened to Moonlight in the Harlow Township or what's going on in Barrowshire, we're not as interested in that as resolving Doug's missing friend. Thalian's missing friend, which is fine. Roleplay-wise, it makes sense that Thalian would really be concerned about that. But it's the same concern that we had with Zarak wanting to head home, because you're essentially heading home. So we're leaving a country to go to another country and resolve those issues. Is that really what we want to do? And yes, this is all in Zarak's voice. Do we have the intention of saying goodbye to... Sorry, I have...
I do think the Barrowlands are pretty...
Does Ripley know much about the lights down south?
Ripley, being a part of the Watch, would probably hear about the strange event that hasn't really been seen before. There seems to be large lights, not just small witch lights, that's been reported shown in the woods. There have been initial investigations, people sent in, but they haven't returned. It's to a point now to where every call for aid is for the knowledge and sort of rescue, if possible, of these people that have been sent in that have not returned yet.
On my roleplay, Mark, if you wish, Ripley would suggest that after you are concerned, after I take care of some concerns up at Sugar Pine in my duties, have some time, I will be willing to go down to the Harlow Township and investigate them myself. Will write you, and I will send you a letter, if possible, about my investigation. Is your mind if you decide to go to the Barrowlands?
As distracted as I would be, bringing up a little more detail on this thread, I do understand that as well. How about...
I am taking... Sorry, I didn't mean to go ahead, finish Thalian, and then I'll say what I was going to say.
Here you go, Ken. This is a map of the greater world.
We're here.
You guys are smack dab in the middle.
Yeah, we're in Brahmana, and so did you get a chance to finish, Thalian? I didn't hear if you finished or not.
I didn't. I don't think he started, but he finished.
I was kind of picturing we're looking over a map at this point, and who was it who brought up the time? Well, Valeria mentioned the timing, which brings things into another perspective. We would probably still finish and still be able to be on our way to the Barrowlands if we go check those lights out. Daniel will probably be a little bit distracted, but if he's to do what he's supposed to do, I will have to tough it out.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My thought was that, and this is kind of Zarak directly to Thalian. I understand your concerns, my friend, and I felt them as well, most recently. But we did take an oath, however short-lived it was, to become Blackhearts, brothers in arms under Roger's command, and albeit the Blackhearts were disbanded in a way as what happened, befell Roger's company and us. But part of that oath, I think, remains in that we would stick together as a company of heroes to solve the problems in these lands, possibly first, before we travel to others.
Actually, we never took the oath, but since we're all gathered together and have been through so much, why don't we form an oath as the Fates United?
Mark, has Ripley heard of another band of adventurers that's going around the area? Can get a word out to them. I don't know if he's heard of them.
Say that again?
Sorry, has Ripley heard us say of another band of adventurers like the Fates United that's in the land as well?
Ripley would know that there are bands of adventurers, just random adventures that go off. I mean, he was met with the news that some adventurers that went and tried to help the town of Sugarpine were, disappeared, and you guys kind of found out why. I mean, there's adventurers all over, but as of people of note, as famous right now as the Fates United are growing, and perhaps the Blackhearts growing in the west again, not many at the moment.
So since we never did take an oath, we've been through a lot. Daniel will kind of raise his weapon up and be like, how about we form our own oath that we will not overlook those in need. We will not leave each other behind. And we will do what is necessary.
Valeria also, I guess, raises her own weapon. I'd be fine to oath to that.
I place my hand into the center of the table and agree to this oath as well. I have a slight reservation at first because I feel a tinge of guilt at my own selfishness just the day before, but I remind myself in my own mind that I did try everything in my power to find the answer that I needed in order to focus, which included summoning the spirit out of my book. So my intention was to stay with the group as long as I could solve my own heartache. So I am very empathetic to Thalian's plight, but I agree to this oath. And when Thalian, you need to return home, I will be by your side.
Since the initial danger is with those lights, I will do what I need to just as you did, and we will run through there and then head up to the Barrowlands.
Oh, sounds like we're all in this together. I mean, we all did kind of start this together, so why not finish it together? Who knows, maybe we can stop the world from ending a 15th time or something?
There's thousands of more.
I don't know. It's just the thought of inspiration.
I don't know what you mean by finish it, Elise. I plan on living forever now that I've already died once. So.
Well, see? Exactly. That's what I mean by stopping whatever's going on that's doing all of this crazy stuff. Because remember, those old spirits allegedly told us that it wasn't the first time this had happened. So maybe this can be the last time? I don't know.
I'm sure we'll find a way to stop it from happening again.
If I can learn the right magic, perhaps one day I shall rule the world and make it peaceful for all.
I don't know about you being a conqueror or dictator or anything like that. That sounds... I don't know.
What would
I
your world
promise
be
I'll
like,
give
Zero?
you a position of authority, Valeria. You'll be high in the court of Zerak.
Oh, great.
Okay,
That's
please
what
tell
we
me.
missed.
Please tell me what your finalized plan is, because we've switched it 3 times now, and I just switched everything to the Barrowlands. So please.
I think we're going. It sounds like we're going to the Barrowlands.
He's wrong.
That's what I thought. We're what?
We are
We're
going to
still under
the Hornwood first on the way to the Barrowlands.
Because, yeah, that was the initial plan from even the last session. The end of the last session was we were going to investigate what happened to Moonlight, because there was also a bounty for those lights, and it was technically on the way to the Barrowlands. Hence the reason why we were also going to go stop by to handle Drewman's thing, because it's on the way to the Barrowlands. All of it is all on the way. That was the last thing I remember. Are we just gonna skip over that and then come back to all these things later?
Well,
Now I'm confused.
No, because Marcy probably missed a lot of the debate there. Initially, that was the plan, and then because of issues with Drummond wanting to skip his was the one that was initially on the way. So then I did that role play saying this, just head straight to the Barrowlands. And then after they brought
Okay,
back,
that's why you changed it to the Barrowlands. I was just wondering why it was changed.
and then
I didn't miss it because that's when you did the oath.
But after the debate and the map being placed out and the time zone, because it'll take 2 months to get to the Barrowlands, where it's just a week, I think, to get to Harlow Township. It was a week, right, Mark?
It's about a week to get down to Harlow Township. Because it's about the same distance away as Blackthorn Hill was, and that was about a week there and a week back.
Yeah, so when they put it into that perspective and everything, so we're gonna route through there and then head to the Barrowlands, which then Diane is kind of gonna suggest that we prep blankets for when it's time to head that way, and rations enough to last that long on that trip.
I mean, there's definitely towns on the way, as you can see. You guys can get all the way down to Green Hill, all the way to Whistling Swan, and then over in Harlow, unless you guys go straight in through Halanon, Duskendale, and then go through Westbrook. So I want somebody to draw me the path that you guys are going to take.
Sorry, I gotta zoom out. Move some face tokens out of the way.
So what do you guys think about this path? Never mind, somebody else got it there.
Sorry, I was like drawing before anyone spoke up. That was just a suggestion since it's along the road.
My only change would be to go through Amberland just so we go through another town, but it's basically the same.
Yeah, that actually makes more sense.
Okay. So you guys are going to go to Amberland, then hit the King's Road, and then cut east to go down through Green Hill.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys sort of finish your planning as you eat the rest of your breakfast that sort of Dury kind of laid out. Also giving you guys some rations packed. So he's going to give you a satchel that has 15 rations in it. And it's all hardtack, smoked meats, dried fruit, stuff like that. Nothing too extravagant, but it'll keep your bellies full. And that way at least you guys have some emergency rations for things that you like. There comes a point, Valeria, where you actually notice somebody enter the inn.
Oh.
And as you sort of look over your shoulder at the sound of the door opening, you see that it's actually Kem.
Kem?
Who you haven't really seen since you've been in the town of Brayburn, but the thing that you immediately notice is that she is smiling.
You feeling a lot better now?
She rushes over and she just gives you the biggest hug.
Oh.
The kind where like her chin wraps over your shoulder and her arms are just completely wrapped around you. And she just says, "Thank you." And she kind of pulls away, and you can see that you remember when you first brought her back from the sewers, she was almost lifeless. There was no energy, no enthusiasm. And now it's the person that you remember meeting for the first time that came up to you inside the common room back in the foundry. The same sort of mischievous eyes and smiles, almost as if she's been brought back to life.
Wow.
And being a person of little words, she sort of just smiles again and just kind of takes off running. And you kind of watch, and she turns and she gives you a wave, and then she just takes off in a sprint, almost back towards the area where you know the castle's at. You guys begin to gather all your things. Any last-minute purchases you guys need to do at the mercantile, you guys are more than welcome to do. You guys pull up your new riding horses, strap both draft horses to the wagon, and you guys begin to take off. Probably about this point, 10 o'clock in the morning from the time you woke up, as just the sort of heavy debate and planning session that you guys had took a little bit more time than you were thinking, but you wanted to make sure you made the right decision. And you guys begin to head south.
Mark, do I still have the jewels I acquired from the town? Or was that taken already?
Unless you... I mean, you have a couple options. You could fence them at the guild that you now know about. You could try to sell them back to the person you stole them from.
No.
Or you can wait. You can wait until you get to another town to sell them. So I leave that up to you.
One reason why I wanted to go through so many towns is I was going to sell a few here and sell a few.
Okay, easy enough. About 3 hours later, you guys find yourself at the crossroads, and you see to the west, or to the east, points to the town of Sandpoint, then to Amberland. You guys continue on towards Amberland. Hold on, let me pull up my city map. Or not my city map, my...
D-map. Welcome to Shitty Walk.
Yeah, because I I closed everything when you guys changed it up. This is killing me. Alright, well, I can't find my cities and towns description. So, when I find it later, I'll let you know. You guys head into the town of Amberland. This one here is quite different from Brayburn, as there's actually a big sort of suitable wall that kind of encompasses this town compared to the others. But you notice that all around Amberland is just golden wheat fields. It seems to be the one thing that this town controls and grows the most. And it is quite a bustling place. You guys get to the front gates, and there again you have to pay a toll. And it's going to be 1 gold per horse, 2 gold per wagon, and any tariffs on any goods for trade that you might be carrying. So all in all, the toll is going to be 4 gold, so 6 gold total for the 1 wagon and the 4 horses. After paying that, you guys are allowed entrance into Harlow Town.
Oh.
Not Harlow Township, Amberland, sorry.
What time of the... Oh, wait. It was just 3 hours from 10 a.m. that we get there, right?
It was 3 hours to the crossroads. That's going to be another 6 hours, so it's probably like 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 4 o'clock in
I'm gonna have to sneak away, see if I can't sell some of this food.
Yeah, the only reason I'm doing this is because you guys said you wanted to stop in town. So I assume stopping in towns means you guys have a reason to want to stop in town. So for you, Drummond, it's easy enough for you to find a place to sort of sell your goods. There are jewelers that you can see there. You actually see a brightsmith, silversmith that works in jewelry.
Might come with you, Drummond, because there's something I've had on me that I kept forgetting to get priced.
Yeah, sure, Diane. That'd be great.
What would you like? So you get there.
Yeah, that sounded like you just interrupted something.
He did say he's trying to sneak away from the group to go sell something.
Okay,
Yes,
so
Diane didn't hear that part.
maybe I looked to say that to him and he was already gone.
Give me an investigations check, Valeria.
Okay.
Okay. After a while, And after asking a couple people, you do hear about a shop. It's an apothecary called Saffron.
Okay.
And they kind of point you into the general direction.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, since Droman kind of vanished on me before I could say anything, I kind of look for somewhere where I can sell a diamond.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check. I mean, it takes you a while, but the people you quickly ask that are sort of around you sort of don't know. They're more simple farmers, so they kind of point you to a couple general stores that perhaps maybe they'll take it off your hands, but they're not quite sure as to who in the town would actually deal with such a high-end sort of item.
So those are what I'm going to try and sell in town.
Okay, so you meet a human individual, sort of well-dressed, well-kept. And you can see that he's actually, his hands are well-worked, and as you sort of make your way in, you see that he does have sort of a full smelting operation for fine jewelry and sort of, what do you call it? Casts for melting silver and all that sort of good stuff. That's for the 2 jasper earrings, 2 tiger's eye, and 2 star rose.
I'll try and sell them. Like I came into an inheritance and I don't actually, earrings. I don't need earrings.
Give me a deception check. Or persuasion. I leave that up to you. He kind of looks you over. He sees your mask, the hood up over your head, the general just look of your attire. And he's like, alright, yeah, sure. I'll give you, for the 6 cents, say, how does 220 sound? 2 gold. I'll be willing to part with that much for these.
I can do with that. 220, you say?
220, my good sir.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Thank you. Please, come again anytime you have such fine goods.
If any of my other relatives die and leave me an inheritance, I will be sure to...
Okay, so you leave there 220 gold richer. Thalion, you do end up kind of following the advice, and you see that there is it's quite a large sort of sundry store. You can tell that they do carry not just equipment, but also they deal with food, carriage rentals, stuff like that. It's almost the same sort of setup that you noticed at Tucan Mercantile. So think of it as like the it's like the Ace Hardware of stores in this place. They kind of got everything.
Okay, I'll walk up to the counter. I'm like, excuse me. I see you deal with a lot of items. Do you happen to buy diamonds off of adventurers?
I always buy things. I might be able to trade later on. And you see, it's an older human male, sort of probably in his early 50s. Still looks pretty youthful for his age. Kind of happy, but he said he can try to take it off your hands if you want.
I don't remember how many were in the bag because I forgot to ask you. But I will pull one of those Armdal diamonds out just to have him take a look and see what he would.
So you literally pull out this diamond. this diamond the size of a large marble. And he looks at it. And he's like, I honestly don't think I'd be able to afford that, but I can give you 300 gold for it.
How much is this normally worth?
I mean, look at the size of that fucking thing.
How many are in the bag, by the way?
Let me look at my notes. There are 2 rubies, 2 sapphires, 3 diamonds.
Wow, I am kicking myself in the butt for not getting this bag appraised this whole time.
That's really all I'm able to give you, to be completely honest.
I kind of start looking at the store. I'm like, what all do you happen to carry here? Do you carry armor, weapons?
No, we're just for general goods. I could sell you some rope, feed for animals, rations, that sort of thing. Just a simple store. There's a blacksmith in town. They do deal with weapons. There's also an armor crafter closer to the garrison.
Okay, we have to take a look at those. I'll hold on to the diamond for now, but I will take some rope. I had an issue with the last one I had, so.
Okay, are you going to buy hemp or silk?
Hemp.
Okay, easy enough. Go ahead and charge off the amount of gold you need for hemp rope. You can just look that up on your book. Just to cut to the chase, none of the armorers or weapon crafters here in this small city-state are magical. They just make weapons they can repair, that sort of thing.
Okay, I think I have another plan, actually, so I'm just going to head back to the others. I do thank him for his honesty when I showed him the diamond.
Absolutely. Thank you for your purchase. And you see that he's kind of like kicking himself under the table. Like 300.
I will head back to the group at that point.
Okay. Okay, I assume everybody goes back to the wagon. Was there anybody else that wanted to try to get something while you were here?
Mark, just for roleplay purposes, since I have been adventuring for a while and I haven't bought a new component pouch, would I be able to find a shop that might sell spell components that I'm looking for?
Yes. I think spell components themselves are sort of not much of a niche item, but you can find them almost anywhere. As most seem to be like feathers and or ash, ground iron, stuff like that. So it's definitely possible to find that stuff.
There's a list of the things I'm looking for because I keep track of such shit like that. These are the spell components that are needed for the spells that I cast.
We'll say that Valeria sort of came back and said that there is an apothecary, and you can probably find the same things at an apothecary that you would need as most of the things at apothecaries, the ingredients they use for potions, kind of relate to the same use as spell components.
Excellent. So I will, whatever price you think it might cost me to refill my component pouch, I will do.
Are any of these like a vial of powdered silver? I mean, you can get powdered silver for like, you can pay the amount of silver it would cost to get it powdered. Sort of fill a vial with like silver shavings. We'll say that's like 3 silver, and maybe for everything at a total. I mean, like nobody's going to charge you a lot for like fireflies. So,
Right. Yeah.
what kind of incense?
That actually is for Find Familiar, which I don't need to get because you gave
Okay,
me.
I was gonna say because you have 10 charges, well 9
Yep,
now.
and I wrote that down. So the charcoal, incense, and herbs is actually for the Find Familiar spell, so I won't need any of it. It's really
I'll
things
say-
like the straight piece of iron, a snake's tongue. You know, I would think that I would be looking around for some of the more exotic components. A burnt twig I could find in the woods. I mean, that I can pick those things up.
I mean, the straight piece of iron, that's going to cost you like 5 copper. Because it's
Okay.
only going to be a small, straight piece. The honeycomb, sweet oil, stuff like that, that's easy enough. The golden wire, I'll say that you managed to find yourself to the same sort of brightsmith. And it's easy enough to get a golden wire there. Just the amount of wire you need. 2 silver. Probably everything together. We'll just say everything together is going to cost you just 1 gold total. And then we'll just leave it at that.
Fair enough. I'll take a gold off my character sheet and refresh my component.
You do find a chapel to Shantae here, as well as obviously one of the largest deities of agriculture in an agricultural town. You are allowed to take holy water. They just ask for donations. I will leave the donation up.
I'll give him 5 silver.
Okay, and we're going to say that you sort of tag along with Elise and Valyria as they make their way to the apothecary that they heard was called Saffron.
Excellent.
And then, girls, while you're there, what are you guys looking for?
Maybe potions or greater healing potions if there are any.
There are
like-
healing potions. There are exactly 2 greater healing potions that they do have in stock. And they have a choice of about 15 health potions that they have sort of saved up. And some other odd potions that you're just not quite sure from the...
Actually, I'm kind of curious about the odd ones. To see what happens.
God, it's gonna. As Elise just is like, are you sure about that?
I mean, Xeric does it all the time.
Okay. As she has flashbacks to the little gnome dude in that weird shop.
That guy was quite sweet. I don't know what you're talking about. What is it in particular that you are looking for?
I don't know. Is there anything like maybe you could breathe underwater or something to
Poison? Immunity?
Oh,
Or clear?
something? We could, I'm open to anything. I'm just curious.
I do have underwater breathing potions. Those I will sell happily for 75 gold. I have a total of 5. If you wish to purchase the full 5, perhaps we can work out a sort of a discount.
And I would like to get 1 greater healing potion as well.
And you'd find the price for it.
I would like to purchase 2 regular healing potions too.
Two regular healing potions. That'll be 25 gold each for a total of 50. And the greater healing potions will run you. Let's see here. They will run you 125 each.
Now, how much gold is to 1 platinum? Was
10
it 20
gold.
or 10? 10.
10 gold for
Okay,
1
thank-
platinum. I also have some other fun sort of things. You look like you all have been through some sort of tussle. And she's mostly talking to you, Elise, as your face is still sort of has like the long cuts and sort of scars from your previous encounter below Ember Hill with the ooze. And if you do find yourself in tough trouble, I have these. And she pulls forth this small jar that seemed to be full of these small white packets. And as he sort of opens the lid to the jar, you guys catch a sort of really strong, almost ammoniated scent.
Oh.
And he says, if you break the packaging on this and put it underneath someone's nose, it's you can awaken them quite rapidly.
Ah, see. So that stuff is to wake up people. Do you guys by chance carry anything that kind of helps with getting rid of scars, or like flowers that help do that by chance?
I do have some ointments that do reduce scarring, if that is what you were looking for.
Okay. I would like to take some of that.
Okay. Also, if you're curious, the smelling salts that you see here before you, that is 40 gold for 2. But let me tell you that they are effective, and they do work quite good at arousing those who seem as if they're on the verge of death. For one, and she pulls out this small glass sort of jar. It almost looks like the size of what would be like a cold cream container, of like Pond's or something. Each container has 5 charges, and this is for the reduction of scarring and bruising specifically. And 1 charge will get rid of 1 scar. And for that itself is 100 gold.
And you said it has 5 charges on it, right? For the getting rid of the scars thing? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Please. Okay. I'll take that into 2 health potions. So that should be 15 platinum should do it?
So 100, 200, that's 20 platinum.
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm getting the 2 regular potions.
Yes,
for
the
me.
the 2 regulars are
Yeah.
25 each.
Yeah,
So
and I'm getting
50.
the ornament thingy.
So 150.
Yeah.
15 platinum. Yes, sorry. I
Yeah.
don't know what the fuck I was talking about. Geez.
Valyria is the one that's getting the greater health potions.
Okay.
That's why I was a bit confused there. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, so 250 for each of the greater healing potions. And did you want one of the 75 gold underwater breathing potions? Oh, okay. So you're going to take 2 of the smelling salts?
Yes.
With a discount for buying the smelling salts, that comes to 220 gold. Okay, after a while you guys make it back. After leaving, the owner of the apothecary is quite happy that you decided to stop by her store and spend so much money. And you guys begin to leave Amberlin, not having to pay a toll on the way out. Again, hitting the King's Road, knowing that if you go west, you will hit the city of Halanon, to which you can just see the very tip of the golden castle, blinking the last vestiges of the dying sunlight. As the days are a little longer now, since you guys are hitting summer. And it's probably now about 7:30, 8 o'clock at night as you guys hit the crossroads and begin to sort of travel east along the King's Road, making your way towards Green Hill. I need to change the music. It's bumming me out. Do you guys continue to push on, or do you want to camp for the night?
We're still just at that crossroads when it's at 8 at night.
Yeah, it's about 8 at night now. I mean, you guys could push on. None of you are, like, terribly tired.
I think we could probably make it to Green Hill and then stay there for the night.
Okay, if you guys push into Green Hill, you guys are probably going to get there around midnight. No! What the fuck am I talking about? My timing is way off. Sorry. As you guys travel all that way in one day. I totally miscounted the fact that you guys stopped in Amberland and then went around, bought things. We'll say that it's nighttime and you guys are still in Amberland. Sorry. It's been a long day.
Should we stay the night?
I mean, it's easy enough to find a suitable inn for everybody. Again, Thalion, you just run into the trouble that there's not many places willing to bring in a large animal into their establishment. So your lion is confined sort of in the stables area.
I'm used to it, and like normal, I just roll out a blanket and I stay with our shadow.
Do you guys just try to find a regular inn? Do you guys try to find a kind of high-end inn, or what's your plan?
Probably regular.
Okay, a crappy inn is like 5 copper. A regular inn, it's 5 silver for the night. A good inn with like really nice beds, good food, that's about 1 gold, 5 silver for the night. If you guys go to a regular inn, the 5 silver covers the stabling fee, as well as the rooms and the food. So you guys, easy enough. Just subtract the 5 silver each. You guys manage to secure dinner for the night. You guys sleep, wake up, get the breakfast served in the morning, get everything loaded back up, get the horses going, and then you guys begin your journey again. And just to make sure that it takes you a week, we'll say that you guys, there's not much in ways of trouble as you guys go, as everything I've rolled has come up zeros. I'll rest at Mindy St. Clair's. It takes 2 days to get to the south area. You guys do get to Green Hill. Drummond, I assume you're going to try to sell more things.
Oh, yeah.
What would you like to sell?
Yeah, I'm bringing up. We're going to go with the same story that we came into an inheritance and I don't wear.
Okay.
Did he slip away very expertly this time too?
He's
Always.
very sneaky.
I'll just roll an investigation to see if I notice an actual shop for diamonds this time.
So they'll offer you, for those 3, they'll offer you 150 gold.
Sounds good.
Okay. Again, you sort of, you just don't seem to know who to ask, as you're quite an intimidating person, and most of the people that you do see sort of wearing the finer clothes in the town kind of see you in your line and immediately kind of walk at a very fast but clenched pace to try to get away from you as quickly as possible. And you do manage to catch a couple other people, and they're like, well, you might be able to sell them. Maybe the blacksmith. The blacksmith they do deal with jewelry and stuff like that sometimes. They're like, oh, not really, and they're kind of talking about themselves, and they're like, you might just try this store over here, and they sort of point over, and you can see that it's an antiquities shop.
I will try that antiquity shop.
Okay, and easy enough. You go up. It's really musty. You see that there is quite a bunch of like old books, old furniture. Lots of sort of paintings kind of hung up on the wall. It's very nice. The man himself is pretty well dressed. Everything smells of like polish and dust. Yes, how can I help you, sir? As he sort of hobbles his way up to the front. Is there anything in particular that you are looking for?
I'm curious if you happen to buy items, diamonds, things that adventurers find when they're out on the road.
I can buy many sorts of things. As you see, and he sort of points over to the wall, and you can actually see that there are sort of shields kind of hung, sort of posted up as kind of the way like a coat of arms would be hung on like a wall with a shield and like crossed swords. He's like, I do buy things that people wish to sell. There are also things for trade, things of that nature. But what is it you are trying to get rid of?
And just like last time, I just pulled one of the diamonds out to see what he would price it at.
You see that he actually pulls out a, what do you call it?
Magnifying glass?
Kind of, but it's the one that they put on the eye and they kind of clench in as they sort of squeeze it on and they sort of look through to kind of grade it. He's like, oh, this is a marvelous piece. You wish to sell this?
I do.
I would love to take this off your hands. I'll give you 650 gold for it.
I will. You said 600?
650.
I will go with that, but I do not reveal that I have others in the pack.
Marvelous, he says, and he sort of, follow me, and he takes you over to the desk. He takes it. He opens up a small lockbox. He places it within. He gives you 6 platinum coins and 5 gold.
Thank you. What other items do you happen to sell in here?
Mostly just trinkets and decorations, really.
Be sure to tell others about your shop so more can stop by. And either
Much
sell or
appreciated. And he gives you a bow.
I return the bow. And I will return to the party.
You make your way back and you somehow arrive at the same time again. You're like, huh, there's Drummond. As you see him sort of climbing back kind of into the wagon again. As you make your way over, get up top, and then you guys begin to set out. And Marcy, you see the funniest thing that just really gets your humor going. You look further up ahead as you guys are sort of slowly making your way through town, and you see somebody almost doubled over, struggling mightily to carry this large pack on their back. You catch what seems to be hints of a robe, and just you can see the legs shaking with the exertion that this person is trying to carry a massive amount of things that they're just not capable of carrying. After a while, you see the figure kind of stop and sort of sit or like rub its back a little bit and stand straight up. You see a shock of, sort of brownish hair, and a very familiar face.
How interesting.
Leomorn, you sort of stop and massage your back again, sort of cursing at the gods that they did not grant you the strength required to carry the things that you need. And you sort of take off your bag for a minute to kind of rest, and as you sort of look about the town again, sort of not happy with the fact that you weren't able to sell some of the wares.
Bloody cheap ingrates, all of them. Never can appreciate fine work.
You turn and you see the weirdest thing. Something that you haven't seen in quite a while. You see a tiefling sitting on a wagon. With violet skin, vibrant violet. And it kind of brings back some memories as you see that she kind of cocks her head towards you.
Kind of sitting there humming to herself.
Huh. That's very peculiar. Would there be anything else that would probably, like, ring any few bells? Like, any, like, I don't know, like, horn shape, or anything in particular that might jog a bit of his memory? Or is she, like, covering all that up?
You see that this person is actually showing off quite a bit of jewelry and sort of silk scarves, and everything about her seems extravagant, to the point of just kind of look at me, almost as if she wants people to look at her.
Huh. That does look like... Nah, but it must be the heat. It must be the heat and this damn backpack and this...
Elise, you're looking at this skinny human male just sort of staring at you, kind of like eyes creased, like looking like he's racking his brain. And then you're sort of kind of looking at him and then kind of looking away because you kind of get uncomfortable. And then you look back and he's still looking.
Oh, god damn it.
Exactly. She's just gonna be like, Do I know this person?
I mean, after
It
a
looks
while...
like I might have maybe seen him somewhere, but I just can't place it.
After a while, the wagon does catch up eventually to this stranger who has not yet taken his eyes off you, just sort of looking and wondering what the hell is happening right now.
She's just gonna awkwardly smile at him, like, thinking to herself, okay, well, I guess he never seen tieflings before or something. What's his problem? Weirdo.
As the cart is going by, I'm going to try to kind of like wave my hands a bit, flag like, friends. If you have any interest in anything that you might need, any purchases, anything that you might need to help on your adventures, I would gladly like to sell some of this stuff because it is so heavy and it's been a very long day, and I definitely need a break right now.
Does anybody want... I don't know, I'm not exactly looking for anything. We just came from the shop just a while ago. Oh wait, no, that was yesterday. Sorry!
We did stop at... Well, some of us stopped at a shop today in Green Hill.
Yeah, that's true.
What are you selling?
Actually, what do I have on my person anyway that I'm selling exactly?
As a sort of low level alchemist at the moment, you're able to sell some sort of smaller, kind of ointment-like. What would you call them? Things like sleeping drafts, teas, things like that.
Oh, okay.
As you haven't really been able to set up your kind of equipment from your traveling so far to actually stay in a place for long enough to actually brew some things, because it does take quite a bit of time to brew.
Does I would like to look the merchant up and down and kind of take in his appearance. Can you describe him to me? What I see when I kind of look him up and down?
Go ahead and describe yourself, Leomar.
Okay, so he's basically wearing sort of a mix of common clothes, and it's common clothes with a little bits of tiny evidence that he might have messed himself a bit in his work, but he wears it with pride because it's his honor. Cloak with his hood now pulled back because he's trying to cool himself off. Somewhat brown, shaggy hair that kind of looks like it's standing on its ends, and no matter how many times he tries to fiddle with it, it keeps popping back up to its shaggy look. And I guess if you look very carefully, you might notice his eyes are two different colors. Strangely, two different colors.
This immediately grabs your attention, Elise, as you've only met another person in the world with two different colored eyes such as this.
That is interesting because I have strange eyes as well, so I would notice that.
But yes, friends. I may not have much of stock right now, but I do have a few things, oils, teas to help you relax, to help you sleep. Heals bumps, mumps, lumps, cures, weasels, sneezels, whatever. I think I'm trying to do a pitch real quick just to help lighten my load a little, because I'm pretty sure I'm tired.
Would you happen to have anything that might keep insects from climbing inside your robes or anything like that? I've recently been bothered by bugs that crawl into my clothing while I'm sleeping on the ground, as we tend to travel around quite a bit.
Oh dear.
So maybe you have something that would prevent that.
Well, I may have just the thing. I mean, I myself don't have that issue, but I think I may have something here, and I'll start looking through the bag, just trying to dig through everything.
Hey, Valiant. Maybe this guy might have something for the scars or something that you were looking for.
You do find something that you have that has a very astringent scent that is known to sort of keep insects away, that sort of does multiple things. You have black walnut oil, which will do the same thing, but it also helps in the elimination of parasites when it's ingested, as well as it gets rid of the worst of poison ivy, stings, and it can hide effects of warts, that sort of thing.
If that's his sales pitch, I'll buy a little vial of that.
And upon hearing Elise's suggestion, I'm like, that is a good idea. Do you happen to sell herbs at all?
See, I have just a thing for the bugs, and herbs, well, I may have some in reserve. I'd like to keep a little bit on myself for some crafting traits, of course, but I think I'm willing to part with what I have. There's just a little of it, I'm sure.
Most of the things that you have, you've used in the drying into teas. You also have a lot of psilocybin and psyllium, which is a lot of fungal things that you collect from mushrooms, as well as certain barks, things like that.
Alright, so I guess I'd basically pull out the small vial of the walnut oil, and with my other hand I'll start digging through and just muttering, kind of loudly muttering to Thalion and as well to myself to keep track. Let's see, I have some bark, I have some of this fungus here, whew, okay, yeah, that's ripe, that'll be good, just start putting it aside.
So, collecting all these various ingredients must cause you to need to travel around a bit, huh?
Oh, yes. That's quite far distances. And after a while, you adjust to it. My certain body parts not included, as I just crack my back as I hand over the vial.
Well,
Have you heard of?
our
What?
friend-
Go-
our
sorry, go
masked
ahead,
friend here- Sorry, Ken. Our masked friend here actually has a shop set up back in our home, well, soon to be our hometown. Maybe you can work at one of those shops with all of your wares.
That would actually sound nice. I would actually have time to rest and maybe look up a few things. Though I would need to pass that information to my teacher, boss, whichever sounds easier.
Guild.
Yes, Guild, yes.
There is a strenuous interview process plus a application fee. I haven't worked out all details yet, but we can discuss.
But yes, I do have some stuff I can sell, and granted, it would be nice to actually settle down and restock a few things, maybe lighten my load. If that
You
was
come
only
from
half-
afar? I take it?
you could say that.
Hmm.
What's your
You
name?
you should tell her where you're from, Leia Morn. You guys are making
I
this
am-
way too difficult.
Question
I am-
one: where are you from? What is your name? What do you specialize in?
Yes.
Hey,
exactly.
hey, you have two different colored eyes. I grew up with somebody who had the same sort of different colored eyes. What a funny world. Wow, I knew somebody who had violet skin just like you. There was a tiefling. This is crazy.
I'm also trying to think back, but I am
Oh, God.
so nervous about not screwing up. I'm screwing up. God damn it.
Just roll with it, man. Just
Well,
roll with it.
As Elise was saying, she's just like, so, yeah. Where are you from? Wait, I suppose first off, we should probably perhaps ask you, what may we call you?
Oh yes, Manus, and you see him like start to like try to flatten his hair to make it nice, and then so it just goes
Raises an
right back
eyebrow.
out.
Well, come on, spit it out, man. We don't bite. We're adventurers.
My name is Leomon Clocks. I'm a traveling alchemist, partly right now.
Yeah, when you said we don't bite, I say, well, Garshadow might, but he'll try to be good.
Well, I mean, the poor man hasn't done anything threatening yet, right? I mean, Garshadow, don't worry, the lion's trained.
The lion's probably sniffing you up
yeah.
and down just to make sure you're safe.
Yeah, that's gonna get him nervous. Just like, hey, nice boy, nice. Do you want to? Actually, I don't have a treat. Actually, probably look. And of course, I'll look back to everyone. Just I am actually from this place, Karthus, of course, and I traveled quite a while.
Really? Wow, boy, huh? That is a very, very long ways to go. I mean, I would know. What part of Karthus are you from? The high tier or the low tier or the mid?
I think it's pronounced K-Rest.
And being a member of an alchemist guild, Leomorn, you grew up over on the servant side, which is the lower middle.
All right.
But that was after your whole stint before, when you were taken in.
Okay. I grew up on the lower half of the city, of course. Not the most pleasant place, but it could be worse. And I do have to admit, though, your ally here does look a little peculiar and familiar, and I was just...
Well, I came from the same place, actually. From the low tier as well. Ever heard of the Exotic Dance Circus? Probably not. Or underground show. I was an entertainer there.
By passing, I have heard of it, but of course, when you're from the streets, a lot gets heard about. Though I do recall someone that looked exactly like you.
Oh, really? How interesting. Oh, I'm sure there are, probably others that look very similar. I suppose. Well, I mean, I personally have never met another lavender tiefling. But
At this point,
I have heard that there are others.
Yes,
It's very awkward, doesn't it?
it does. I don't know what to. I don't like the situation. You sure you guys didn't meet somewhere or something?
She does bear striking resemblance to a friend of mine, actually. And I know there's... I don't know. Maybe it's just the heat.
Perhaps.
I mean, I'm just going to say, Marcy, was there nothing that sort of piqued your interest about the fact that he said his name was Leomorn?
She did. Well, I don't think anybody heard her, but that's why she was like, Lemon? It was a childhood nickname that she called Leomorn because she couldn't say his name right, so she called him Lemon.
Leomorn, was there anything that piqued your interest about the fact that this lavender...
I don't know if you
tiefling-
caught that, but
I don't think I heard it because the mic popped it out.
yeah, I was gonna say I don't think he heard it because everybody was drilling him with 21 questions, so that's why Elise is just like, I'm just not gonna say anything just in case I'm wrong. I guess that must not have been him. Didn't respond to it. Okay, so that's probably not him.
Why'd you call him Lemon?
But no, not Lemon. Leo. Wait, what was that?
Well, you said your name was Lemon, right? Or, I mean, it was... No, it wasn't Lemon. I'm sorry, it was Leomorn.
Yes, not
Okay.
Lemon. Leo Morn. Leo Morn. I'm probably gonna get like just a little bit closer, like just peering at Chevelle. It's just
As she just kind of leans away like,
wait.
Are
a
you
minute.
sure we don't know each other?
Do I know you from somewhere?
I don't know. Do you? Like I said, I was an entertainer. Maybe you were a customer?
No,
Or maybe
no,
just one of those
no.
street vendors that we used to pass by all the time. I don't know.
No,
At this
no,
point,
no.
I just start taking a sip of my water skin while I watch this.
No.
Elise
someone
just
else.
kind of looks like she's kind of almost toying with him at this point. Trying to figure out if he is the person or not that she thinks he is.
You look very familiar. You don't happen to know of a small building, an orphanage, would you?
As her face kind of changes to a bit of a, like, concerned face, like, why do you ask?
Probably let's lean in just a little bit closer, you remind me of someone.
Well,
It's-
when you think of it, let me know, because you do seem kind of awfully familiar, but
Get going.
once again, you could be, like you said, you could be anybody, you could be any old vendor, I don't know. Pretty sure some of the girls must have gotten stuff from you if you traveled around the lower parts of Carthys. I mean, like I said, we were part of I thought it was a pretty big show. It drew in quite a bit of crowds. Are you sure you're not recalling maybe like a poster or, maybe the part of the entertainment? Because it was a street entertainment as well.
No. I never went to that because I couldn't. But you remind me of... probably take just a step back, and I don't know if I want to risk it, but crap, should I risk it? I might as well risk it. Leo will just fix his hair a little, squint, and just... Does the name Chivilis mean anything to you?
I lean in towards Valeria again since she's sitting next to me.
Yeah.
Is Elise just a nickname or half her name?
I always thought her name was Elise. I
Well,
don't know if that's her full name.
I guess you could say. I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm called Elise, so I guess you could say that's part of that name. I don't know if that helps you any.
I like how Joe was just like, dude, do you want the job or not?
I know, I'm left seeing
But
this.
I do believe you do have 21 questions that perhaps are a little bit more, important. But it was nice to meet you, Leomord. Guess old habits die hard, huh?
Oh boy.
I'm so
Do you
confused
guys
at-
know each other, or do you
I'm
not
so
know each
confused
other?
at that. I mean, at a game, I thought the basis of the whole you guys' characters is the fact that you guys grew up together and are best friends. So this is confusing the fuck out of me right now.
I'm trying to crack the nut here, but the nut's not budging.
Elise figured out who you were already. She's just kind of waiting for you to kind of figure it out.
You guys running around in circles. Just get to the point.
But she's just gonna nod her head like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you are that guy that we met before. I mean, the boy at the time that we've met before. Yes, I know this guy.
If... Wait, then you're...
Yeah, remember... Well, actually, never mind. You probably don't remember. That's why I said you looked awfully familiar, and I don't normally remember people from the past, because there's been so many people coming in and out, but you I definitely remember. Still just as weird as before, I guess. He's quite harmless, you guys, really he is.
Yeah, as, everything's starting to add up, he's just gonna take a few steps and just give Elise the biggest hug possible. And hope that he doesn't get punched in the face.
After what seems to be the most awkward, strange conversation you guys have ever heard in a long time, you see that they actually embrace, though. Does Elise feel weird?
Yeah, she kind of does. She's like, oh, yeah, it's nice to meet you too. Or, yeah, it's been a while. I guess, a very, very long time.
A while. That doesn't even comprehend.
You can look at me now.
Right. Sorry. Just sorry.
Your pack on your back when you did that embrace.
No, it's on the floor. It's on the floor.
I would laugh if you had it on you and tumbled backwards.
You'll notice that Dalian will just kind of grab it, put it into the cart and say, well, you're probably coming with us. You can answer Joman's questions about the job. But we have to head this way. So, talk on the road.
Yes, exactly.
If you wouldn't mind, I mean, it's been quite a day, and I have so many questions to ask.
As I lift your pack too, I'm like, this didn't seem that heavy. And I said,
Show off.
I mean, it's 65 pounds of stuff, so it is kind of heavy.
It is actually a very heavy backpack.
Yeah, it's extremely.
oh, okay.
Wait, well, yeah, he's got to carry all of his things.
And you've been walking the road with this? You must be able to hold your own.
Oh, well, yes, I may not look like much, but trust me, I can take one like any other, and I'll go to crack my knuckles and just... Ow.
You should do sit-ups every morning like me.
I
do
wonder
push-ups
who's stronger, Xerac or
Yeah, I was
Levi?
just gonna say, I think you need to take some push-up lessons from Xeriac.
I may look a little thin, but I'm in good shape.
Xerac is the stronger spellcaster in terms of physical strength.
Are you
guys can-
freaking serious?
You,
Really?
you can blame the dice on that one, okay? The dice were not nice to me on that one.
Out of character, of course.
I showed Xeric some
Well, I
pictures with
think
some
Xeriac's
pictures.
got a negative. Well, they both got negative too. Huh. But I think, don't you have an 8 for your strength for Xeriac?
No, I have a 7.
Oh, okay, then I guess it's the same. But see, Xeriac's been doing push-ups. So he's
Every
been building
morning.
up them arm muscles.
Oh, trust me, I have been doing many things. In fact, just walking with that helps me with my strength. Give or take a few passing outs, but it gets the job done.
More like you look like you're about to collapse over, dude. Oh.
But yes,
Great.
if you don't mind, I could gladly follow, and if you'll just get me off my feet for just a little while.
Alright, you bum, you're either in or you're out. We got places to do, things to see. Come on, chop chop. I would offer a hand, but I'm afraid I'd probably end up falling out of the cart with you, and I'd rather not. I don't feel like face planting into the floor. Just kind of
and so
goes back into the cart.
I'll basically just make sure I got all my things and make sure my cloak's secure, and I will, if there's any room, I'll climb into the cart, and once I could get to my backpack, I'll probably dig through it for not just to make sure I have everything, including my my special item that I need that help me.
Yeah, you definitely have all your things when you get in. The one thing that really gets you the most is as you crawl into the back of the wagon. There is a large black lion there, sort of sitting there regarding you. It's sort of restrained into his kind of his domain, and Thalion sort of, it's okay. You take that however you wish to take it, but I mean, there's a large animal directly in the back, and you kind of squeeze in.
The really curious animal who he's not growling or anything, but his eyes are just locked on you, just staring at you.
Oh no, he growls because that's his personality.
Oh, that's right. I forgot all about that. It took him a while to warm up to everyone.
Yes. So,
Yeah, because remember, Garshadow doesn't like anything he doesn't know.
there are
Especially
some
after what we've been through.
deep belly growls coming out of this large lion right now that almost makes the wagon reverberate with its bass notes.
God.
I mean, it causes you a little bit to kind of like scooch as forward as you possibly can towards the front, where the others are kind of sitting. But you're inside a pretty nice covered wagon. As now the group has sort of picked up the pace again and began to sort of exit out of Green Hill, one person heavier than when they entered. It takes you guys, we'll just skip to the fact that it takes you guys about a day and a half to get to Whistling Swan. And it's going to be another day and a half to get towards Harlow Township. Hey, Zach, can you do me a favor? Can you change in your settings tab? Can you change your name to the actual name of your...
Yeah, I was actually wondering where that was.
So if you go to the cog on the top screen where you can see like the chat stuff, you can actually see display name.
Oh,
And you
yes,
can
there
change
it is.
that right there. That way everybody will know what your name is.
Alright. Okay, that should work.
There we go. So traveling out after a day's worth of travel, you guys camp for the night off of the road. You guys do see the Hornwood, sort of in its
Did you
dark.
stop it all in Whistling Swan?
Hey, do you guys need to stop at Whistling Swan? What would you like to do at Whistling Swan? So
I've got it. Test number 3, go sell these and make sure you get a good price. This is your final
Oh.
So Leomorn, the masked individual inside the wagon, is telling you to sell these and to get a good price. Otherwise, you may find yourself terminated.
Oh God.
This is how you treat your newcomers. I'm not quite sure about this one now.
This is how I treat my employees.
I was just gonna say, well, you technically never turned down the job offer, right? So, technically you're employed.
Alright.
Good luck!
As long as my things are not missing when I
pushes
get
out
back.
the cart to go on. Go on before he docks your pay. Come on. Chop chop.
No, this is the final test. He's not hired.
Don't forget to refer to him as Master Drummond.
Leomorn, give me an investigation.
Alright.
Ah.
Let me get to my...
Wow. That went over my head.
I'm sorry, I'm cracking myself up over here.
Oh, make sure to toggle off advantage, but we'll pick the crit.
I was laughing at that too. I was like, "Oh, of course. Would you like me to tell you another story, Ziriak?"
It takes you less than 5 minutes. You don't even need to ask. You sort of run into the middle of the square, you begin to ask, and then you immediately look and you see that there's a jeweler directly in front of you. Sort of bolstered by what seems to be this very good luck of just immediately catching what you need to sort of want to almost impress these strangers that have seemingly taken you in as a gopher.
Of course.
You rush forward, and you find yourself in a very nice jewelry establishment.
Huh. This just looks like the right place.
You see what seems to be a elderly gnome sitting behind the counter, looking through a magnifying glass at what seems to be a very opulent diamond necklace.
Yep, this definitely looks like the one. Let's see. Would I be able to, like, maybe recognize him if anything's been passed around from the guild or if anything?
I mean, this is a completely different profession, so he wouldn't technically be a part of, like, an alchemist guild, as he would probably be a part of, like, a trade or a jeweler's guild.
Alright. I will slowly approach and just clear my throat, like, excuse me, sir?
As soon as you begin to speak, he holds out one hand up with his finger up, and you can see that he's still looking down at the necklace that he's moving around now with one hand, sort of painstakingly looking at every single crusted diamond that's on it. And just like seconds tick away as his finger does not move, and he's still looking.
I'll probably, like, just peek in a little just to examine what he's examining.
And you see that he's looking at a very, like, a really, really diamond encrusted, like, gold necklace that sort of fans out around where the collar would be. And you can see that it would lay flat along the chest of whoever would wear it. It looks incredibly expensive. And you kind of get the gist as you kind of look around and see that this guy deals in quite a few really good pieces of jewelry. But also in your mind, it kind of kicks in that this is a wharf city. So they get a lot of trade through the lake and then up the rivers. After a while, probably be about 10 minutes of you just kind of sitting there watching as he sort of looks over this, he gently lays it down upon this sort of velvet pillow that he has, and he kind of moves it off to the side. And he sort of slowly moves the magnifying glass off to the side and begins setting tools back into the box, really not saying a word. After about another 10 minutes, after he puts everything away, he sort of just puts his hands under the table and he kind of blinks and kind of squints over and... Yes?
Sorry, I did not want to interrupt with what you're looking at, which looks like a very, very beautiful piece of jewelry.
It is?
That's... well, I actually happen to have 3 pieces myself that I would like to sell. And I will pull out from under my robe the ring, the necklace, and I'll hold the pendant for just to see his reaction with these first 2.
He just kind of looks at them, and then he begins to take them and then move them onto the table. And then another 10 minutes passes as he painstakingly brings back out all the tools that he just put away. At the very end of the 10 minutes, he moves the magnifying glass over, and he places it over the jewelry. And then he begins to look at it.
Oh boy.
You could literally see dust flying through the air at this slow motion pace the snow is taking.
I'll probably just look over in the direction where I know the cart is. Just they're gonna be coming in here any minute now.
5 minutes passes and he moves aside the pendant. And then he picks up the other one slowly. 10 minutes pass, and he moves the other one aside. And then he looks to you and he holds out his hand for the amulet that you're holding.
Yes. I have to say, these are very quite expensive, and we like to sell these at the best price possible, of course, as I hand it over.
If you say so, and he takes it, and he puts it back underneath. 10 minutes pass. And he sets it next to the other ones. Another 10 minutes pass as he painstakingly puts away all the tools that he just took out again. After a while, he brings the jewelry back before, and it seems like you spent an eternity in this shop. And he looks to you and he's... For these 3, the jewels are of okay cut. And there are some alloys within some of the pendants necklaces. I will give you a price of 25 gold for all 3.
Oh boy. Okay. 25 gold for these 3 magnificent pieces of jewelry.
Well,
Are you certain?
Where are they? Hold on. There they are. Malachite is a common enough gem, nothing too rare, and it is not that large. Red-eye agate itself is just merely a plain crystal. Most of the value here is within the actual gold chain. Do you have a story of where these came from? How they are procured? Is there anything special about them I should know that would make them so magnificently priced?
Actually, would Drummond have Drummond told me anything about these things before he kicked me out of the cart like a
He
sack of
didn't
potatoes?
tell you. He didn't tell you a
I
thing.
said
He
sell
just
these.
said,
You as a merchant should know how much these are worth. Impressed.
Well, thinking back on
God.
it, this is actually quite some of this is actually quite common. In fact, some of these could be forged. But I am not going to take this down fighting. I am going to be like a story. These were passed down from generation to generation. One of my fellow colleagues just recently had them passed from his family. They have suffered through war. They have gone over the seas and back. I can tell you, these have seen so much more experience than what any common piece of jewelry that you may see.
Give me a deception check.
Oh crap. Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to find the advantage disadvantage on the sheet. I don't seem to have it.
Hold on, let me check.
It's the same thing. You have to go on the toggle. I have the.
Yeah, I tried to find it, but I just did not see it.
Pull up your character sheet.
Yeah.
You see the
There you
little
go.
gear?
I got it. It should be on there now.
Okay.
Ah, yep, there it is. Okay.
Just leave it on normal. Go ahead and give me a deception check, which should be pretty good for a charisma-based sorcerer.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh. That's what I was thinking.
He begins to take out again all the tools that he painstakingly put away. Another 10 minutes pass as he brings the magnifying glass back over.
I think, like, as he's examining, I'll try to, like, add little layers to it, just like what my good colleague has told me about what he's found and
He starts naming them like this. This is the gem of Agamotto from.
From the hidden places, the golden arches, and I can't tell you where that is, I swear.
15 minutes goes by as he sort of relooks at everything again.
From the hidden caves of Mombasa. They're extremely rare and very, very priceless.
And then he starts putting the tools away. Another 10 minutes. And he brings the jewelries in front. There is some patina to the metal, and it is worn. Perhaps with a little more polish, you could bring in some more gold.
Yes, I was just thinking that, and I had to find the best place for it.
I will give you 50 gold for the 3.
Ah, that sounds quite about right, actually.
And he just kind of looks at you and gives you the, And then he reaches down and he pulls out 5 platinum coins. Is this sufficient?
Wow, I actually haven't seen this much before in my life. But yes.
He kind of pulls the coins back and he's like, aren't these not valuable artifacts that you've had pass through time that you've dealt with, and you've not seen this much in quite some time, as he kind of cocks his head to the
Well, it's mostly because I was never that lucky. In fact, every time I've tried to find something, someone always beats me to it.
But these were passed down from generation to generation.
Shut up and leave.
Yes,
I'm
from
trying,
your employer.
I'm trying, but he has. But
From
he
your
has,
employer.
You guys aren't there.
God damn.
It's been an
Like,
hour.
what?
Where is he?
You guys are sitting there like, did he get
Boy,
lost?
half-breed, you sure do suck at this persuasion line thing.
I'm working on it, damn it. You're like, yes.
Well, I
know,
guess
but
Leomar just lost his employment with Truman.
It's like, yes, I know they've been passed down, but this is basically from my colleague, my employer, who entrusted me with these to sell these to someone who could be of deserving of these items. Apparently, he does not want to carry such a burden.
And he slides the 5 coins over.
I'll gently take the coins and give him a small bow. Like,
He begins to painstakingly take the 3 pieces of jewelry you put before you, kind of still looking at him.
that's
And he begins to put them away underneath the desk as he pulls the necklace back over And then as you leave, you see him painstakingly taking out the tools that he put away.
I think just as I leave, I will, as I'm going out the door, I'll wave my hand a little and I'll cast Prestidigitation to maybe clean the shop just a little bit, just to get rid of the dust as I head out.
And you see that he takes absolutely no notice as you sort of look back, and you can see that he's still sort of looking down, taking out the tools. Easy enough, you do sort of spurt out some things of water and get rid of some of the dust, and you make your way back out. Probably about 300 feet across the other side of the courtyard, you can see your companions sort of looking about, waiting, kind of like with hands on hips and hands out, like, where the hell? What happened? What's going on here?
Garshilla got antsy, so he's kind of growling that she took so long.
I want to make sure he's not being followed by like guards. Like,
You look, and he's
The kid
by
didn't
himself.
die.
He seems pretty happy. He makes his way over the happy little trot. Yeah.
so how much did you make?
You're alive. No, we weren't taking bets on if you had died or not or got arrested.
Yes, I'm alive. I'm not that foolish in this city. I'll look over to Drummond and I will, like, hold your hand out, if you please.
I hold my hand out.
I will slap into his hand all 5 platinum coins and basically the small smile. Just with a small smile. I guess you could say I'm a little bit better than even I expected. For a fool and his money are soon parted, and I will remove my hand.
I will examine the coins, make sure they're all there. Is this all you got?
50 gold for all 3.
You seem to have promised, but it took you way too.
Yes, the man was quite meticulous in examining the jewels. I can't tell you how hard it was to think of something to get more money out of it.
I'll go ahead and pocket the 5 platinum pieces, and I'll pull out 5 gold pieces and be like, "Consider yourself an intern."
Intern?
Yes, a trial run.
Do you have any idea how long I had to stand there without...
Pat him on the back. Told you you've been employed. Just call him Sir Master Drewman.
I'll give you 5 gold pieces.
That's what you get for being creepy at the beginning.
Creepy? I would...
Pat.
I'll just...
Staring is not caring. Just remember that.
You take the gold, get back into the cart, sort of sit down. Leomorn, you should be proud of yourself, as he tried to undercut you by 5 gold, and you managed to get 25 more gold out of him, as those 3 pieces of jewelry were only worth 30 gold total.
Whew.
But you don't know that, because you're not a jewel crafter.
No, but I'm pretty sure in the back of the mind, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I just got away with something.
Yeah, do you even know where that jewelry came from?
Not...
And
no, I actually had to...
Elise is gonna whisper in his ears, "The hands of a dead dwarf dying in a cave, rotting somewhere from an attack of a goblin."
Ah, good. Then part of my story is true. Good. Let's move on.
You guys begin to exit Whistling Swan, and you guys follow the southern road along the river, with the Hornwood directly to the south. Zirak, this is immediately taking you back. This is almost kind of making your sort of heart flutter and ache, being away from the place where you grew up for so long, and now being so close to it, knowing that somewhere within those woods is the one you love.
Are you anxious? Anxious, my friend.
I almost want to dash off into the woods, but I look over at Thalion, remembering my promise, and I just, I blow her a kiss when nobody's looking.
The day goes by. Night settles in. You guys begin setting up camp for the night. Listening to the rumors and the stories that you guys got, you sort of scan the southern bank of the river and kind of look through the woods. It's very dark. The starlight and moonlight have a difficult time trying to pierce the canopy. You don't see any lights that seem to dance within, any lights that seem to draw you over. I need everybody to give me a perception check. I think just for the sake of time, I'll say that Thalion, who has been gathering food for everybody, is also doing that in terms of, gathering things as along with the rations that you guys bought and were given. Leomorn, you hear it first. You hear what sounds like a very tired voice, kind of echoing off to the distance, coming from the west, just over the din of the river to the south of you. And it's yelling, "Help!
Help me!"
Friends?
Drummond, you start to hear it too.
You guys hear that?
Nothing.
Hear what? Are you going crazy again? Or
Garshadow pricks his ears and begins looking over to the west as well.
Eric doesn't hear it?
What is it, Garshadow? Lead the way.
Hey, Mark, I got a 17 for Zerak. The 6 is for Nebula, so I'm
It
wondering
wasn't
if I
Drummond.
hear it
Sorry.
as well.
Sorry, it wasn't Drummond, it was Zirak. I got confused by the name placement there. You're the second to hear it. As sort of Leomorn perked up and he's like, "Hey, do you guys hear that?" And then you're like, "Yeah,
Indeed.
What is it?
It sounds like someone crying for help. Valeria, you should check it out.
Oh, she can't go by herself. Are you crazy? God knows what kind of monsters are out there. Weren't you listening
She's
to
the
Thalion?
do-gooder. She's always wanting to help everybody.
You guys see Garshadow sort of take off with Thalion in tow.
Yeah, I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna fall
or the
right
cat can
behind.
go.
All right, I'll follow them too.
Don't forget to bring your torches, guys. So I'm pretty sure there's only a few of us that can see in the dark.
There's
I snap my
dim light.
fingers and a little bit of flame pops up off my fingertips, and I say, "I've always got a torch, my friend. I've always got a torch."
There's actually enough ambient dim light because it's a cloudless night. The moon is very bright. The stars are very bright. It's sort of making everything sort of glitter and glow around you. As this is the first time really that the sky here hasn't really kind of been covered in clouds and sort of rainy, and it's kind of nice. There's enough ambient light to see by, but if you want to use torches and or lights, you're more than welcome. You guys run what seems to be like 200 feet off in the distance, and the yelling just sort of gets kind of louder and louder. And eventually, you see off the side of the road, kind of strung up in a tree in what looks to be a metal cage, is a very old man.
What in the hell is happening here?
I want to look up.
What the-
I'm assuming there's a rope that's holding the cage up there. I'm looking to see if it traces down somewhere to anywhere along.
You're looking, and the closer you get, you see that there are about 3 or 4 cages strung up on this very large tree. Tied to the largest branches seem to be set large manacles that go around, and there is a heavy iron chain that hangs down along these long, sort of tall, man-sized cages.
You there! Yes, young lad, can you get me down from here?
Huh. I'm gonna have Leo look to reach towards his belt and pull out which was folded up glove with a arcane jewel in the center, and he'll slip it onto his hand.
Before we free them,
perhaps we should find out what they're here for.
Yeah, perhaps they were put there for a reason. Some communities punish their thieves and such by putting them in cages and trees. I've seen them at a crossroads. This one man I met, his name was Mad Mardigan, and he certainly belonged in that cage. Perhaps
I am no thief.
is there any post like a piece of paper on the tree that's posted that says why these people are stuck up in these cages?
There's actually no piece of paper. You do look to see, and I mean, one of the cages, the person is clearly dead, as like the body's sort of rotting and desiccating, and they're just kind of like crumpled in on itself. And then here you see this old guy, just kind of stuck in this cage, like, help me, please. And like he seems to have all of his clothes on, like there's a pack in there, like he's just kind of in this cage. There's no real sign saying like there was a crime committed. It's just awfully weird.
Can you tell us, sir, what is your name and why are you in this cage?
Well, Zarek is asking for that. I'm looking for like some way to break the chain and get him free.
My name is Professor Xenophius Lovecraft.
You're a professor. Well, be a professor of what, sir?
Linguistics.
Linguistics.
Language, my friend, language.
Oh, I know.
I'll be like, here we go. Why did you do that? Elisa's gonna slap Lemon on the shoulder like, God dang it, now look what you just did. You done made the wizard upset. You don't make the wizard upset.
The wizard with the 20 intelligence who just got corrected or school like mansplained what
I could just picture Ziriak just looking at him with a bewildered look like, excuse me?
While rubbing my arm now, I'm going to look around, see if there's any possible traps.
Elise isn't that strong, but she would definitely
anything
slap
holding
you.
him up.
I'm kind of just shaking my head at our new Elise's new friend that she brought, and I just pointed at Elise and I wagged my finger a little bit. Like,
a wink. Don't worry, I got your back, Ziriak.
This is all on you, girl.
Weird
better
old
watch
guy.
Hey, Mark, what's the lowest? How high is the lowest branch on this tree?
I mean, it's a pretty high tree. His cage in particular is sitting about 10 feet off the ground, and the cage itself is probably about 5 to 6 feet in height, with an extension of about 4 feet of chain. So the one that he's on is probably about 20 feet up that you can estimate. And it is a very large, sprawling oak tree onto the side here. And as you sort of scan the lowest cage that has the dead body in it, which is probably about 14 feet up, you can see where the wood has actually been growing around the iron manacle that was placed around the tree branch, as these have been here, you can imagine, for quite some time.
Well, figuring that this will probably be a great conversation because as a professor of linguistics, he must be extremely well spoken. I will give Naboo, I'll tell Naboo to fetch one of the water skins off my horse and take it up the tree to the professor. He must be thirsty.
How long have I been in the cage?
You've been here for about 2 days.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
Yes, I just read. Thank you. And I'll graciously take the water skin and I will drink it.
Well, wait a minute. Before you do, the monkey kind of snatches it back as you reach for it. And I say, oh, he expects you to say please.
Oh, for the love of! I'm gonna reach for my War Scout belt and cast.
As a linguistics professor, you should also have manners, should you not?
I'm I'm gonna cast Mage. I'm just gonna cast Mage Hand, use my own water skin, and just send it up there. It's like the man is dying.
Zirak, you're watching as your intern has the audacity to overstep his bounds
He's about to get levitated up into one of those cages himself.
and begin to lift a water skin up towards the weird old guy in the cage.
I like. Okay, that's gonna stick now. We're an old guy. Great.
Well,
And you all thought I was weird for not wanting to associate myself with this guy.
I think that he's probably not dying, as he's able to speak fairly well. But
Exactly.
It's a weird.
the drama queen over here thinks that he's dying. So if he wants to take the water skin from the floating hand instead of the monkey, I don't have a problem with that.
Droman, did you get up there and pick the lock?
Well, we haven't asked him why he's in the cage yet. Why are you in the cage?
Some ruffians ambushed me and just shoved me in the cage and hoisted me up.
Think like broad, like
Does he seem to be telling the truth? Does he look suspicious?
Give me an insight check.
I'll probably yell up after. I'll probably yell up after him as using the Mage Hand to hold the water skin in front of him. Are you hurt in any way?
I will gracefully take the water skin from the mage hand. I'm not
The monkey sticks his tongue out at you and spits, and then he comes back down to me.
Are you hurt anywhere?
Oh, no. I am not hurt. Explaining to some fellows about the history of this land, and then they got tired of it and shoved me in a cage.
Well, that seems to be a bit of an over-exaggeration.
Young fellows these days don't really understand where they come from. I was on my way to investigate some about the glowing lights, and that's when they did this to me.
Did you say glowing lights?
Yes.
I bet you could do that too, Drummond.
We should lower him. If he has information about the glowing lights and he wants to explain it, I would very much like to hear his explanation.
Oh, we lost somebody.
Uh-oh, who did we lose?
I think we lost Drummond.
Drummond? Oh, Drummond said night.
Yeah, because he said night.
Yeah, I think he has to go to bed.
He is 3 hours ahead. I think that's why he said if asked, he would Mage Hand pick the lock when I brought it up.
Alright, all these flying magic hands around the place, I think he should do the Mage Hand.
Yeah,
pick the
Mage
lock
Hand can
thing.
lift anything that's 10 pounds or lighter. If it's over 10 pounds, it can't. According to the spell.
His rogue spellcaster class is able to pick locks with Mage Hand, so.
Oh, well, see, there you go.
Alright.
Well, so I think we should let him out, and if he needs help getting down, I can just float him down, if he'll let me.
God damn.
Like the waters parting for Moses, Droman just opens that like nothing.
Just kind of not until style.
I was thinking more of like, oh.
Do you need help getting down,
Just here in 2 seconds.
sir?
Blink.
Professor?
That would greatly be appreciated, yes.
I mean, you're looking at him, and this guy looks like he's in his like late 50s, early 60s. Like he's fucking old.
Just step out into the air, I promise I'll catch you. And I hold out my arms like I'm gonna catch him.
Can I?
Oh,
Can
no. I'm gonna have another spell ready just in case.
Can I see if he's telling the
Trust
truth?
me. It is a verbal and somatic and material spell, so you do see me grabbing onto my arcane implement and whispering or saying some magic words and waving my hands, but ultimately I'm holding out my arms like I'm going to catch.
Alright, I will step out.
Stepping out into midair, since you are a willing target and you weigh less than 500 pounds, you don't have to make the con save. You just step out into air and you are standing in air. And I can change your altitude by 20 feet up or down every 6 seconds. So for the next 6 seconds, I just lower you down to the ground and set you down gently. Awesome, that spell works. I haven't tried it yet. That's the first time.
Leo doesn't quite say anything as he gets rid of the mage hand, but he's very impressed.
I will hold. Thank you, Leo. I will hold out my hand to the professor and in a way of greeting and say, "My name is Zirak. I am the most learned wizard of these lands. Please tell me more about these lights, the ones that those who put you in the cage refuse to listen to."
Symphonius Lovecraft, professor of linguistics at Carulium Oshinam.
Yeah, we can guide him back to our camp, so we can walk and talk.
I don't think we set up camp. We were actually still moving on the road and heard them. So.
No, you guys have settled down.
No, we were
got the
settling.
fire going.
Oh, we did. Okay.
Yeah, I thought we had settled down for the evening, and then we heard the sound of him calling out.
If I was in there for 2 days, I'm minus 2 rations. Well, you see, I don't know much about myself. I came to study them.
I think before we head back to the camp, we're going to take a look around the area to see if there's anything off or maybe something we might have missed.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Yeah, you said there were 3 cages, one with the dead body, one with this guy.
Do you have a light on as you're doing this perception check?
Are there any lights active near me, or?
I mean, if you guys are just...
I think Zirak.
Yeah, if you guys are just going...
I don't have my light because Mark said the night sky was lit up enough, so I didn't...
Yeah, so it's dim light, so it's easy enough to see, but to do a perception check in this dim light will be at disadvantage.
Okay, should I... actually, I'll now save it. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Perception...
Okay, you look about, sort of squinting your eyes and trying to focus, and you kind of give yourself a full 360 spin, trying to get the most of everything. You see fields to the north, a mix of corn turning into wheat. You scan up and down the roads. You don't seem to catch anything moving about. I mean, there's a faint breeze that feels quite nice on your skin, but other than that, it seems pretty nice outside.
Mr.
All right.
Lovecraft, can you describe the people who did this to you?
Oh, just standard ruffians, bandits, I would say. Nothing really stood out.
No clothing or facial features or voices, even?
I just wanted to be sure they were bandits and not folk of the towns. So we should probably be on our guard for any bandits that might try and sneak up while we're resting.
You guys make it back to camp? settle back in around the campfire, you guys suddenly realize that you rushed off. And arriving, you sort of give a sigh of relief as you run back and notice that all the horses are still there.
Okay, now wait a minute. I just want to make a point that if every time we go investigate something, we have to make mention that we're going to take our horse with us, I'm going to tie my horse to me, Mark.
No,
I'm not ever going to get off my horse. I'm going to be on my horse.
Like what he meant
Unless
was
I say
no
I dismount, I'm on my horse.
No, what he meant was no bandits or thieves came to take it because our camp was unguarded.
Because if something had happened to my horse, I would be really pissed. I'm not, unless I say I'm dismounting, Mark, I want you to assume that I'm on my motherfucking horse all the time.
Okay, I'm going to keep you to that word.
I'm
Because
dead
I was
serious
simply-
because everything
I
I
was
own is
simply-
on that horse.
I was simply playing off the fact that you just met this gentleman who said he was put into this cage by bandits and ruffians.
Mm-hmm.
And then getting back to camp, you would at least think, like, oh, thank God, my fucking horse is still here. So sorry for that. That was an overstep on
Well,
my
it's just, I'm remembering bad, the Ravencroft thing, that was bad. I felt bad. There were tears shed over the loss of those horses. It was mad. It was mad.
I think I missed
And again,
I know Valeria
Again,
still
you
never
had-
got
you
her
had a-
horse back either.
Oh, I had to
you
buy
had
my
a
own.
druid.
Another
You
one
had a
again.
druid. You had a druid in that group that went out and came back and said, hey, some fucking animal is tearing shit apart out there. And you guys
I
were like, you
know,
know what?
I
We're gonna leave our horses out here in the woods overnight. So again, that's on you. I'm just saying. I mean, you are a wizard with alarm.
Thank God the cart is also safe, right? Because I just remember Druman's like, nothing better not happen to my
That's
cart.
a good idea. I can just cast alarm in a circle around my horse every time I leave it somewhere.
What about us?
Well, if you can squeeze all the horses in a 20-foot circle, then yeah, I can do.
Airplane Jenga?
Yeah,
We can do that.
We could probably put all the horses. I mean, I would assume that they're all together since the wagon.
Actually, alarm's not concentration. I can just cast it over and over again and alarm the whole camp. It's fine.
There you
I
go.
mean, you guys can literally find peasants everywhere that you can pay to be camp followers that will cook for you, clean your things, clean your horses. I mean, that's always been an option in this. Like, there's so many things you guys can do, but I'm just saying, playing off of the role play that
Druman
Oh,
hired
thankfully,
Mr.
no
Lemon
bandits
over
took our
there to
horse.
do his bidding, so as he said, he'll see how his intern does.
I'm waiting for Chris to like summon Cthulhu or some shit like that. Here in a minute.
What makes you think I'm gonna do that?
I'm not going to kill your horse for it.
Like, summon a freaking dragon right in front of the camp. Like, what the?
Okay,
All right, well, I would
settling
like
in
to
for the
hear-
night.
I would like to hear Lovecraft's story about. I thought why the bandits locked him up because they didn't want to hear him talking about the lights. He said.
Oh no,
What were you telling the bandits about the lights?
I wasn't telling you about the lights. I was telling you about the history of this land and the
Go for it, Chris. You wanted to play this character.
Yeah, he
No, I
wants
know
to
that.
play a
I-
linguist, so I would like to know the history of this land. Please tell me. about it.
You should have known better.
Shut up, Mark.
Ooh. Is it
I
story
know.
time? I would love to hear a story from someone. Pray tell. Tell us the history.
On history. Well, we're not in the Borrowlands. We are.
You're in Brimhana.
Yep, I was trying to pull up.
Well, he's a professor, so I figured he could probably give us a lecture for at least an hour.
He is professor of.
I am a professor of
In the
He is a
land.
professor of linguistics.
So a very well-spoken lecture for an hour about the history of this.
I can speak six exotic languages. I can read most ancient writing. That's why I stopped being a professor, because I want to go out and learn more. Much in the library. I'm sure, as you well know, where did you study?
Didn't I think you were
me?
going to tell us a story about the history, not about.
That's a good subject change. I mean, I'll gladly answer your question after you tell me a little bit about this land we're headed into.
What land? And what land are you headed to?
The same one as you. We go to find out what's going on with the lights. Are you dense, man?
The dancing. Are you sure you're a professor?
Yeah.
I mean, you were just talking to us about dancing lights in the land far off over
I
there.
am on my way to investigate the lights.
Yes, and so are we.
So we've established that. What were you explaining to the bandits that strung you up?
Exactly.
Oh, I was just giving them a lesson. But these kids nowadays, they don't like to listen to the elders and the professors.
Well, they're also obviously
I
very
do.
well equipped for having to chain you up high in a tree.
I'm only 19 years old and I love listening to professors talk for hours on end.
If you want a brief history, the freelands of Estak are a highly chivalrous, frugal kingdom that lies between the Barrowlands and the plains of.
You know nothing about Estok.
I'm
You're in
like,
freaking Estak.
No, you're in Brahmana. If you read anything,
No, even
of
I
the
know
notes
that.
I
We're in
gave you-
Brahmana. The land
If
of,
you
the
read it-
of men.
If you actually read any of the notes I gave you, you're from Marsterdam.
Yeah,
which is where
I
the
read that.
Cerulean Oceanus College is. Because you guys aren't in the Barrowlands. You guys are in Brahmana, in the middle of the country, in Helena.
Yeah, I read the notes.
Well, Professor, I studied in Ceridane, often called the City of Wonders, far to the south, and it's a city of magic and great towers and architectural beauty, where learned sages and wizards from all around come to study the various schools of magic there. I was top of my class.
I can't remember if during our discussion is his study of magic and my academic studies. We don't really. Do we clash or?
The college that you teach at isn't one of magic. It's a college of higher learning.
You see, I don't teach at the magic college. I
Like-
teach academic.
You go to a regular university. Zirek went to a fucking wizard university.
No, I was waiting for him to paraphrase you, Mark, because I wanted him to say, "I don't teach magic. I teach at a college of higher learning." And I was going to go, "Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Higher learning would insinuate that you have learned more than the mundane education that you teach, and thus you've learned magic." But take it away.
I'm gonna lean over towards Valeria, going, "Is your friend like this all the time?"
Oh yeah, you get used to it.
Mr.
I'll
Lovecraft,
have
did
to
you
know
come
that.
without any bodyguards protection?
No. I didn't seem to have the need of a bodyguard or protection.
You thought you could
Yeah,
handle
I got
bandits
hit.
that strung you up?
At the time, they didn't seem like they were going to attack me and string me up. They didn't steal anything from me. They just pushed me in the cage and strung me up.
But what if you have run into monsters here out at night or other things? How are you to defend yourself?
Like beastmen. Do you know what those are? Those are terrible.
Or simple goblins. We put down a party of raiding goblins, not a party, a den of raiding goblins to the northwest not too long ago.
Exactly. Or you could have come across a lot of strange plant-like creature things that could have, I don't know, ripped your heart out and killed you.
Ooh, that would be interesting to study.
Be dead.
Probably best to study one that is dead.
You can have at the dead tree.
That comment.
We'll be happy to throw you down there if you'd like.
As Odyssey's he's acting,
It whispers of many
is
things.
he even noticing growls from Guard Shadow or reacting to them?
You haven't said that Gar Shadow's been growling at him. At least that I've heard.
But
He does that.
the reason why I came all the way out here from the coast is again for my own studies. Perhaps maybe you could help me since you're so studious yourself.
I'm also well-traveled, so I do try to protect myself when I travel out in the wilderness by having friends and allies and also magic at my side. So not only could I understand the mundane teachings that you have worked your whole life to understand in probably just a few days, but I can also protect myself from the dangers on the highway. I would suggest that perhaps you make friends rather than irritate those who might string you up in cages.
Almost.
You're suggesting you are going to string me up and put me in a cage?
I almost feel like
I think
at
that
this
you
point
would
with
probably
the
die
sad,
on
how
your
much do you
own
want?
all by yourself. I don't need to put you in a cage.
There's two people talking at the same time.
I said, in answer to your question, no, I will not string you up in a cage because I think that you would probably take care of dying all on your own without any assistance or help being put up in a cage without my help.
And Doug, what did you say?
Oh, Valiant, I was going to charge him too.
Dalian wouldn't, but I feel like Droman would have said that right away if he was still here.
I agree.
Dalian would pretty much say, if you're coming with us, I would say stay close. We do not know what we're going to find there.
If you wish to record the goings-on near the Harlow Township, these lights that are in the Hornwood, maybe we can assist with that if you're willing to pay a fee for our protection.
Oh? If I could teach you, if that's what you're asking for payment.
Oh, I'm pretty sure there's nothing you could teach me.
Start speaking in Celestial. You sure about that?
Did anybody catch that?
Got you beat, sir.
I don't speak Celestial.
Oh wait, I do speak Celestial.
So there.
Yes, I do understand.
Why don't you list out all the languages you know, and we'll see between the group if we actually need you.
I can. Well.
Don't you have a button like that on your character sheet that you can click and it just has all the languages that you speak?
I list them out individually.
He set
Yeah,
it up himself.
so did we.
How did you click?
So you're watching this old man who you sort of challenge to sort of, what can you teach me? And he breaks into regular common, and then he pulls his introduction in, and he begins to speak Sylvan Xerac, which immediately sort of pricks your ears. The Sylvan turns into something incredibly deep and bass-like and almost alien to your ears, almost as if an oily feeling is trying to make its way into your ears before it breaks into this very clipped draconic that, although you've heard it spoken, you don't know how to speak it yourself. Back to the floral notes of the celestial, followed by the incredibly deep and dour infernal. Elise, you immediately pick up on it. So does Drummond.
Mm-hmm.
Finishing at last with this almost language as old as time, which of course Leomorn that you're familiar with, Primordial.
I'm not gonna like physically acknowledge it, but I'm like, holy crap, he knows it.
Well, there is one of those languages that does interest me because it is a language that much magic is inscribed in. So perhaps, if you would be willing to teach me one of the languages that you speak, I would be willing to not charge you for protection if you wish to examine these lights in the woods.
I'm always willing to teach a student who's willing to learn. You also presume that I need your protection.
Wait, I'm sorry, Chris. It's very hard to understand you. What did you just say?
Am I breaking up?
I heard you clearly. You said you assumed that we would, you need our protection, which sounds like
I look at him and I cock my head to the side and I say, it's not an assumption, sir. It's a statement of fact. We found you in a cage. You would have died of thirst or starvation if we had left you there. So you obviously need help in the wilds. It's obvious. I don't see any weapons upon your person. You said that you don't deal in magic. So what exactly, and our warrior over here asked you directly, how do you protect yourself? And you had no answer. So
I honestly did not hear that.
Yeah, that was what I was questioning you on. Well, I started off with, did you have bodyguards, and then how...
Yeah, Thalion gave you a bunch of questions about how you protect yourself, and you didn't answer. So now I'm asking you, if you don't think you need help, then please explain how that's possible.
I did not study magic. However, through my linguistic studies, I have been able to learn a spell or two. And then I point my hand to like a log off into the distance, and I Eldritch Blast. Oh, a creature. Damn it.
We'll just say that there's a dead frog on top of that log.
Oh my god, the poor frog!
I was hoping it could be
They
a
did
tree.
nothing
I was
wrong.
hoping it could be like in a tree, like a chipmunk. Just, oh, there goes Alvin.
So now that you've upset our
We
cleric,
could have used that for food. Thalion could have made us some food with that.
you did have a means to protect yourself from these bandits, but they threw you up in the cage anyway. So, you did, even if you can summon that remedial magic that you just used, do you think that that's enough to protect you if you're left alone on your own? I say remedial because that's like 25% less of a bonus to your attack than me. So you're like a few levels below me.
Sometimes it is wiser not to fight and to start a fight.
Did you get
So I
that?
thought in my best interest not to.
So you are basically saying you would have rather be left in a cage to die than have fought to protect yourself?
It gave me time to try to escape and die right then and there.
You are quite a peculiar professor. You majored
Well-
in language? And not anything else, right?
Linguistics is my specialty.
I'm guessing you're not familiar with the term of survival of the fittest?
Well, let me ask you it this way, Mr. Lovecraft. Do you wish to journey with us, or do you wish to travel on your own?
I am happy to accompany you if you would bring your merry band.
The more the merrier, I say.
Welcome, Mr. Lovecraft and Leo Morn. You guys are temporary members of the Fates United.
I don't know if I'd go that far, my friend Thalion, but they're welcome to travel with us for a time until we determine their use in harrowing situations.
That's why it's temporary.
I agree, temporary then. Yes.
Oh boy.
If they run at the first sign of danger, or they're completely useless in a dangerous situation, then maybe we leave them by the roadside.
It'll be a good testing ground. See what we run into in Harlow Township.
Again, you have studied yourself, correct?
Who, me?
You studied. You went to a college and everything.
I did. Yes, I was a student for 2 years. And before that, I was a student for most of my life, but self-taught.
But well, perhaps I pull out my medallion and I show it. Have you seen this nature?
Zirak, what you're looking at is a flat and incredibly smooth and worn medallion made of driftwood that has been sort of painstakingly and quite like artisanally well crafted, and it just feels older as you look at it. Like the wood is so worn that even the edges of the engraving and the relief of the sort of image on top, though it's still very vivid and not rounded off in the corners. And it looks a little something like this.
And do I have any recognition of this symbol or anything like it?
Give me an intelligence check.
Might Arcana apply here?
Sure. You begin to study it, and you look at it, and you're like, "Oh, it looks. What are those? Like Is that a paintbrush? Is that a flower? And the more you look at this image, the more it makes less and less sense. And this is rubbish. What? You really can't put into pieces what exactly it would mean. I mean, you have heard of like older artifacts of maybe tribes or civilizations that have been lost, recently discovered by the people of the Explorers League and the Scholars League on expeditions and archaeological digs. This does somewhat bear kind of a resemblance to some of the things that you have studied. At Saradane, though, this particular piece holds absolutely no meaning to you.
So I would turn it over in my hands and look at the professor and say, might I look at it a little bit more closely?
By all means.
So I would step aside for a bit and begin to set up the ritual, pulling out my my
I will
pearl.
be watching. I know you step aside, but I will be watching very intently because I love to learn.
Yeah, so I would be tracing some symbols in the ground with a stick, and then pull out my pearl and kind of turn it over in my hands and begin humming some words of ritual magic to cast Identify as a ritual. So it would take 10 minutes instead of a turn. Actually, I guess it takes 11 minutes because it adds 10 minutes to the casting time to do it as a ritual. So I can learn if it was created by a spell or magic, and I can learn which spell would have created it. If it wasn't created by magic and instead created by just handiwork, I don't think I learn anything about it unless it is magic.
Nothing about this brings out any sort of magical essence from your Identify spell. As you sort of go over the wood again with your fingers, it's possibly smooth, like incredibly smooth. But it just kind of seems like a carved wooden medallion.
It is finely made, my friend, and obviously whoever made it put a lot of their heart and soul into crafting it. But
you do know that it's sandalwood. You say that it's sandalwood and you know those properties, and you kind of look about it, but there's nothing really that comes off of it as magic.
All right, so I will complete the spell and tell him that it isn't magic of any nature that I understand, but it is a finely crafted piece, and I hand it back to him.
Thank you. An old friend of mine named Tooth acquired this in one of his travels. He tells that he purchased this from a small village on the Isle of Nosy, which is just southeast of Rastine and the Oceanus. Tribal Nosy call this symbol the Hudron. Tongue roughly translates to deep dweller.
And he's telling you that there is an island that people which live on that's sort of tribal, and it is within the greater ocean to the southwest of Rusitane.
Most excellent. I thank you for the information. If you don't mind, I'm going to take some time to study my magic before I go to bed.
Yes.
For the sake of time, everybody falls asleep, everybody wakes up, it's just fine.
I check to make sure my horse is still there.
Your horse is tied. Your horse is tied to your leg and currently peeing right next to your head.
Excellent. Excellent. I will drown
Oh,
in his piss.
yummy.
Don't drink the strength.
Ready
that
your
is
Constitution
not
saving
lemon.
throw.
Oh god.
That's not lemon. That's not lemon.
Syriac might also need to do a strength saving throw to make sure he doesn't like trip over his horse.
The next night, I think I'll just set up my tent over the top of my horse and sleep in the saddle.
It's just a moving tank.
Yeah.
So a little over half a day, you guys march on, and then you see the town. It's a really, really small village. You've seen them dotted along the landscape, but never really feigned to kind of stop, as they're quite small. And you notice that Harlow Township here in particular is built almost right on the edge of the river, and you can see that it looks like its main source of income seems to be fishing. There's not many farms along the outer wall, but almost every house here has a small wharf built next to the river with its own boat. And it seems that everything here in this town in particular focuses around the river itself. It's not really bustling at the moment. It's actually quite quiet as you guys come in towards the afternoon. You guys are picking up this sort of tension and trepidation in the air. A few people do watch you guys as you sort of ride into town. A couple sort of look out their windows before closing the windows themselves and just kind of retreating into the safety of their own homes. But there is a main square along the south side, a couple businesses that look like they're open. You hear what sounds like revelry, in which people are drinking at a small tavern. But for the most part, right now in this town, everything almost seems a little bit shut down.
Seem familiar to anyone?
No.
Yes, if I was playing Bree.
This would be more
Shall-
to Valeria, Elise, and Droman, since Sarek was not with us.
Nope, I wasn't with you guys.
We head to the tavern.
We've
Let's
been
see
here
what
before,
we can
haven't
find
we?
out.
Don't remember.
No, we
Isn't
haven't
this the
been
place
here.
where
but-
me and Valeria stayed outside in the wagon?
No, it's very similar to when we went to
A sugar pine?
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we head to the tavern? Perhaps we can find some information there.
That's a good idea, Professor.
So I make my way towards the tavern.
See the professor sort of jauntily make his way over towards the tavern. And you go in, and the sounds of revelry is literally like 4 people. Just sort of drunk off their asses, drinking together, eating. You see a sort of dour looking bartender kind of sitting in the back, kind of polishing some cups. But other than these 4 individuals that are almost wearing the garb of guards minus the actual armor, are just sort of just sitting down, drinking, just kind of having a good night. Looks like they're trying to tie one on at the end of a long day.
How lively this place seems.
I'm sure our cart is secured and Guard Shadow has a treat in the back, so he's not scaring anybody if anyone walks by before entering the...
Easy enough. There's hitching posts.
Cart growling at every single person that walks by now.
There's hitching posts for the 2 riding horses, and you guys go ahead and park. You guys go ahead and park the wagon and the 2 larger horses just kind of off to the side there, and Guard Shadow's sitting sentinel in the back. I mean, as you sort of scan around, it's kind of like that odd scene in a Western where there's literally nobody on the road, and there's just kind of like a tumbleweed that just kind of goes past.
It's not a great day, is it? It's not like gray and dreary. Is it like a sunny
I
day?
mean, it's coming down. It's coming down to sunset. I mean, the sun was out all day as you guys were sort of having your conversations and kind of challenging each other on your intellects and sort of. And you get to town and the sun is setting. and usually this is about the time in almost every village where that the people that come in from working try to, kind of relax, let loose, knowing that they're going to have to do the same thing again tomorrow, but not a lot of lights are on.
I go up
For
to
the most part,
I go up,
people are staying inside.
my good man, may I join you in your frivolous activity? For I have been on the road to have some fun.
Are you talking to the four?
Yeah.
You see one of them, very young, very, very red-faced, deep into his cups. He sort of puts his finger up where his lip sort of imitating a mustache. He's like, I don't know, can you join us? Like you see that they're having a good time and just teasing the shit out of you right now. As you're this random old guy that's sort of like, hey, I'm the cool guy. Can I join you young guns?
Yeah.
And they just start bursting out into laughter as well. And they're like holding up their cups. They're like, bring some rum for the old.
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
They're yelling to the bartender to bring some rum for the old guy.
Oh, okay.
And while he's doing that, I'm gonna head over to the barkeep to see if I can gather some information from him.
So you sort of sit down at the bar just to say, you notice that the only one working is the barkeep. And he sort of, excuse me, and he's like, 1 second, please. And he kind of takes the alcohol over and he sets a bottle down on the table, a couple glasses, and then you see the same guy that was sort of making fun of you, like, oh, he's got it, he's our new friend.
I will pay the man.
Hey! And they all clap you on the back, and then they start pouring drinks.
How much was it?
For a bottle of rum, that's going to be like 5 silver.
Okay, good. Right.
Eventually, the barkeep makes his way back to you, Thalion. What?
You brought a glass over as well, right? So I could.
Oh yeah, there are now 5 glasses on the table, and you are now drinking with the seemingly off-duty guards. And the guy comes back, Thalion. Is there something I can get you?
What all do you have?
Alcohol? Is there anything that you prefer?
Also, Shirley Temple.
I'll just take a glass of rum. But maybe you can help me with something. Have you heard any news about any glowing lights nearby?
And he sort of laughs and shakes his head. More than I'd care to imagine, and or like. Half the people in this town left because of those lights. We're the last. Well, we're the ones too stubborn to leave.
Can you tell me what the lights are doing?
They dance in the trees, but they only do it here. They haven't seen him in Westbrook. They haven't seen him in Whistling Swan. Or any of the further towns. Just here. And whoever goes there doesn't come back. And he drops a glass. It's like a small lowball glass of rum. That'll be a silver.
I hand him 2, since he's giving me information.
Over at the table, you just really are just kind of getting them kind of messing around with each other and kind of reminiscing about girls that they've met. And oh, you remember the one that came through town last week? He's like, oh, I remember, and they're just making lewd comments like, yeah, the size of her breasts, kind of stuff like that. Just being drunk men.
Right, and that's why I went over there, because drunk men usually have loose lips and whatnot. So why the celebration? And I take a fake sip. I put the glass up to my lips, look like I'm drinking, but I don't actually drink. pouring them alcohol. So why so cheerful? What has raised your spirits?
It's the end of the shift, old man. We wouldn't be drinking like this if we were on guard. Well, that's not true in other one sense. He's like, we're literally the only guards left in town. He's like, yeah, you're right. We're just drinking to drink.
Why are you the only ones left?
Well, because either people have vanished or they've left town. Why are you the only ones left? He does it with his finger.
Yeah. Vanished, you say? Oh, I mean, what has caused them to disappear?
People go across the river, seeing the lights, and they don't come back. Most of the town got scared, went over to Westbrook, took the boats with them.
The lights only appear. So these lights, are they only across the river? They don't come to town?
They stay in the trees. You see one guy kind of looks out through the door. Should be starting up any moment. Go on, have a look. We'll stay here.
I shall. And
I've seen him enough.
The rest of the bar, and when I come back, I will. If you like stories about women, I'll tell you about the salty sea wench that I was with in my younger days.
Then he does the salty sea wench, and he takes your glass of rum, and then he pours it into his glass and sets it down, and he just freaking takes it down.
I'm trying to butter them up. They're being young men, so I'm thinking, if I want to tell women's stories.
They are deep in their cups, and yeah. They'll wait for you to come back. I mean, you are buying them alcohol.
Yep. And I get up and I go up. I tap Thalion. I go up and put my hand on Thalion's shoulder and whisper in his ear, "The show's about to start."
Thalion, you slide over the 2 silver coins, and you sort of take the rum in your hands. And you watch the barkeep just kind of pick up another glass that's kind of down near the bottom, and he begins to sort of just wipe it with a towel, and kind of sets it off onto a rack of other cups. Anything else I can get you?
There's a chance me and my group may be investigating. Well, not a chance. Me and my group will be investigating these lights. Is there a stable we can leave our cart and horses while we're doing this?
You can leave him here. I got a stable in the back. If you want, you can sign him over to me just in case you guys don't come back. I could take care of him, sell him, do whatever you need.
Pretty sure we'll be back. Just to be safe.
That's what the priest said. And that night.
How much is it for just a day?
For a day?
Well, I'm gonna add it up eventually. Let's just say.
Okay, I assume you tell him that it's 2 riding horses, 2 draft horses, and the storage of the carriage.
Yeah.
He'll probably end up charging you just to store them there. About 10 gold for 1 day for that amount, and that covers feed, storage, grooming, water.
Okay, I'm going to discuss with my party on how long we think this might take, so I can figure out how much we need to pay you.
Professor Lovecraft, you walk out the door, sort of walking past some of the new companions that you've just met, and you make your way out kind of towards a little bit back beyond a building to where you can start to see the wharf. And as you look and see the darkness sort of growing on the other side in the boughs of the trees, you begin to watch as small globules of light begin to grow larger, and they begin to move in these very odd sort of like plastic bag floating in the wind motions. There's no rhyme or reason to the way they move. They just move. Some of the globules grow into larger shapes, taking on different forms before shrinking back down and again moving. All along the very edge. You never saw this when you were tied up in the cage. Every time you looked towards the woods, it was just darkness. The canopy, trunks of trees, bushes, and now you're seeing this sort of incredible light show. And you look from side to side as you make your way closer to the river, and you see that the lights go on for about 200 feet in this direction, 200 feet in that direction. Your vision allows you to look further into the darkness, and you see that there are even more lights deeper within the forest itself.
I do pull out my journal and start taking notes, and I kind of I do some sketches as well.
Any of you guys follow the professor as he went out there, or do you guys just kind of leave him be and kind of go?
No, I want to follow him because I'm just as interested in the lights as he is.
You see the same exact thing, Zirak, and the thing that gets you the most is, I mean, for somebody that grew up their entire life in these woods, you've never seen anything like this. It is almost awe-inspiring and hauntingly beautiful.
Have you ever heard or seen such these lights before, my friend?
Nothing quite like this. Just, Mark, would I know anything about will-o-wisps from, like, my experience with the Dryads? Do they remind me of that?
You do know about will-o-wisp, and you know that they're precarious things. But you're looking at these, and you have seen some will-o-wisps, but they've never gathered in the abundance of lights that you see before you. You've always seen sort of one, sort of staying out of range of the glade which you grew up in. You also kind of get brought back to what you experienced inside the strange, shifting wilderness that you were fighting against what you now know as Euceris, as you found yourself in that swamp. And there again was this odd glowing light that seemed to shoot this sort of radiant light out. And when you destroyed it, how it just sort of shattered into millions of pieces almost. But nothing this big. Like, you could swear as you watched these shapes that some of them take on a human form. Others seem to turn into an animal. Others grow like a plant before shifting and undulating back into these weird motions and shapes.
So I say to the Professor Lovecraft that no, I've seen creatures known as will-o-wisps, but they're usually solitary and they keep distance from civilization. These things are nothing like those, so I am unfamiliar with them.
And these aren't just one color, right? These are just a multitude of the spectrum of colors, right?
They're actually all just this sort of whitish, bluish, light glow.
Do I know, me being on the coast and talking to fishermen, I've heard of probably like deep sea fishermen talking about like the angler fish, right? You know of them? I'm trying to get the idea because these people were attracted to the light, similar to the anglerfish.
But you got to imagine that anglerfish have only really been discovered by like deep net fishing, and that's something way beyond.
Okay, no, I get
the realm of like medieval.
I was trying to trying to come up with a comparison, but if I don't know that, then
you've heard sailors speak of sirens. They speak of beautiful women that sing out a song that is almost impossible to resist, where they speak of men crashing boats upon rocks to get closer and losing their lives. They have spoken of lights that sort of float out in the deep oceans, sort of drawing those further and further out into the unknown before they eventually get lost themselves. But again, the same thing, nothing of this sort of abundance.
Out in the oceans, there's a legend that these beautiful voices known as sirens will draw in sailors to the depths. This is something similar to that, where it's drawing the townspeople in their depths. And similar but different. But from watching such a far, though, I don't feel much of a to go and really nothing like drawing me in to go investigate, like it's purposely drawing me in, other than my own curiosity, of course, to get closer. However, we do not have enough knowledge of these lights for me to just blindly walk in without knowing what I'm getting into.
The lights begin to recede, drawing further back away from the riverbank, but still keeping their potency, and you see them drift back probably like 25 feet before they start to move again and dance. You watch them again a little while longer and they recede a little bit more. Still keeping their potency, still sort of bright, even though they seem dim. It's this odd sensation as you watch them.
Around what time did these things start up?
It started exactly as the sun set.
And how long were the lights there?
I'll say I think you guys right now have been watching them, I'll say, for about an hour, kind of studying them. And you see, little by little, as sort of time progresses, they kind of move further away, though some still stay close and undulate and move.
I do take note that these things appeared right at sundown, or right when the sun, right when the shadows hit the tree line.
Right when the sun completely.
So Mark, I will pay 5 platinum to the barkeep for 5 days of storing the horses in the cart.
Okay, and he takes it, and he's like, if you don't come back in 5, then I'll assume you're not coming back.
Worst case scenario, if things go longer than expected, if you can still hold on to it, don't get rid of them as quickly, and then we would owe you the extra. Would this be reasonable?
I can do that. Nobody wants to come here anyways.
Hopefully we can change that by solving the light problem.
If you say so. And he just goes back to kind of just polishing cups. If you have any more questions, speak to the Burgomaster. He's in the large building on the other side.
That's straight there. I do have one last question before I head there, though. When did this start?
It's been going on for about, I'd say 3 months now. But the Burgomaster didn't start calling for aid until the sheriff and some of the boys went missing.
Alright, I will head to meet the Burgomaster. I'll let the party know that way if someone wants to come with me.
We'll just say for shits and giggles everybody kind of goes.
We come back.
As you guys begin to exit the tavern, you guys are joined by Zirak and Professor Lovecraft, who have seemingly come back from the river. And they begin to tell you about sort of they have seen the lights, and the stories are quite true. They didn't feel a pull from the lights at all, just more so wanting to see what they really are out of curiosity as you guys kind of move yourselves across to one of the only really lit buildings other than the inn in the sort of central area of town. You see it's kind of a large, sort of like, almost everything here is just kind of rough-hewn, kind of like log cabin style buildings and homes. And you knock on the door, and a very weary, worn man kind of opens it up. You see large bags over his eyes as he's sort of wearing these spectacles down near the rim of his nose as he kind of has some papers in his hands. And, how can I help you?
Hello, my name is Stallion Silvermane. These are my companions. We're the Fates United. We saw a post about the lights, and we're responding to the call for aid.
Well, you're not the first. Please come in. If you have any questions, I'd more than answer them for you. And he kind of ushers you in. It's a very nice meeting area. Lots of chairs kind of set around. You see there's a fireplace that's going. It's a pretty cozy environment. Off to the side, you see that there are what seem to be doors leading into other offices, though these offices now seem kind of vacated and empty. And he kind of sits down, and he sort of picks up the tea he was drinking earlier and sets down some of the papers in his hands. And
I did gesture for Garshadow to stay outside the door.
that's fine. And he just sort of looks at everybody expectantly as, what would you like to?
I hear this started about 3 months ago.
That it did.
It was the guards who were the first to vanish.
We dispatched about 8. There were 4 hunters, 2 of the town watch. The sheriff himself went. And there was a lone adventurer, a ranger, I believe he said he was. He went with him, act as a guide. The hunters felt a little bit safer having somebody that seasoned, but they didn't come back after 2 weeks. We sent in another group. This time they were all town watch, just more so to see what was happening. And they did not return. We sent out more and more calls for help. Eventually, the town of Westbrook sent a knight, cleric, a couple others. They came to answer when they went off. Haven't seen them since.
Did all of them investigate this at night when the lights were out, or did any check the area during the daytime?
Nobody's foolish enough to travel at night in those woods. Every hunter here, well, every hunter that was here, would always advise against it.
So
They all left. They all left during the morning. But thing is, you got to stay there at night, especially if you go deep.
Do you have any local legends about this forest?
There are many legends about this forest. Covens of witches, druid sacrifices, monsters, things to scare the children, things like that.
Do you perhaps have a copy or a record of these?
We're just a small town. There's only a few of us here that know the way of writing words.
Do you perhaps have someone who can these legends, and perhaps I'm not sure if you have the time tonight, but I would certainly like to hear.
Sure, I really didn't have anything else planned, is to kind of look around and see that it was literally just him in here drinking tea, going over some papers. Yeah, he's more than willing to sort of stay up with you during the night to tell you stories if you so wish.
I would so love that. Thank you.
He gets a little creeped out by your tone.
Oh, you see, I love the study of folklore, and I'm a professor. God, I gotta bring it up. It's so hard to say. Of linguistics of the Carolium Oceanum, the Academy of Arts in the city of Amsterdam.
What are you doing here? He says.
There's only so much you can learn from a library. I want to expand my knowledge by getting out and exploring and experiencing and studying firsthand.
There's a couple of folk tales I'm going to point to that I'm going to tell Chris in that handout, Valeria, so you're right on point. But yeah, easy enough. But before all that, was there anything else the other group or anybody else in the group had questions about and or concerns before? I mean, literally, he's just going to talk with the professor like through the night until they both get too tired.
Anything you would warn us about before heading out there?
Don't go. And he kind of gives you a set.
Well, then I think the professor will see what information he can gather. We'll see what we can do to solve this for you.
I mean, you're looking at this guy who is supposed to be the head, kind of like the leader, like the mayor of this town. You can see that his shoulders are just kind of slumped in absolute defeat. The more you look at him, he looks less tired and more just sort of depressed and incredibly sad that this is the man that has been sort of sending out the letters for help, and kind of he feels that he's been sending these people off to their death. He feels responsible. The handout is on the Facebook page, Chris. It's one of the documents I uploaded like a long time ago.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was.
It's called Folklore of Vitea. Okay, so you guys leave, leaving the professor there. I'll assume that you guys all just spend the night at the inn, knowing that you guys are leaving in the morning, and since you already paid all that money really for the horses, he's not really going to pay you for any of the rooms since, well, nobody else is staying there.
Okay, that sounds like a plan.
Okay, so you camp out in your tent, sir?
Well, it depends on the price. If they want to charge that much, Zarak is looking at his purse and thinking that I did purchase this tent. I could stop in for a bowl of stew and an ale and sleep in my tent for a lot cheaper than what he wants to charge.
I already paid.
Thalion paid the 50 gold to stable all the horses and to stow the wagon. And since he paid that 50 gold, you guys can pretty much stay the night for free inside if you like.
Oh, okay. Well, if Thalion wants to front that amount of money, that's cool. I don't have that much money to spend on that kind of frivolous thing. I need to buy ink.
And
It's
that,
because we need our stuff to be safe, depending on how long.
yeah, the 50 gold was to make sure that the horses are stable, fed, watered, brushed, and just taken care of.
And that's like
Okay.
5 days worth on worst case scenario. That's how long it takes us.
Okay. I will save your life at some point to make it worth it for you.
You guys wake up in the morning. Professor, you get literally 4 hours of sleep as you took this to the limit.
Oh, this is nothing new to him. You know, he's a studious.
And much like an older gentleman would, you fell asleep in the armchair that you were having your conversation with as you look over, and the burgomaster of the town, Tannic Voston, as you learned his name was, has sort of fallen asleep on his chair. The fire slowly crackling out, though still evident as more wood was placed on it before eventually both of you fell asleep. You make your way out and you see that your companions are getting themselves ready. The outside of the inn kind of gathering up. You guys watch as the professor, still wearing the same clothes and everything from yesterday, kind of walks out and tries to shake the most of this morning chill off his bones.
Mark, what were the folklores that stood out? One, I'm reading one right now that's really standing out to me.
Well, you're not going to get, because it's already past 10, so we're going to have to call it here in a bit.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just going to get you guys to a certain point, and then I'll give you all that information after the fact. That way, you can read those and then study up on them, and then have them memorized by next. And now you guys sort of look about. You actually notice the same 4 guards that were sort of drinking the night away. Kind of shuffling about town, just looking around really sort of aimlessly. As there's nothing really to do, there's nothing to guard. There's no people coming into town other than you, and everybody else is still somewhat in their houses, but eventually some people do go out and they start walking towards the river. And you can see that some of them are getting out onto their boats, getting ready to go fishing.
Wait, so did anybody come wake me up, or did I just wake?
You woke up by yourself. You've got a pretty good 60-year-old. I wake up at this time.
Oh, yeah.
You got your own alarm clock in there.
Yeah, like you've got a pretty good old guy alarm clock. Like you only need like 4 hours of sleep before, because you got to pee really bad.
God.
I mean, you are 60.
Well, yeah, and it's actually a scientific thing that the older you get, the less sleep you do need. Allegedly.
You guys make your way down by the river.
Hence the reason why, like, most people's grandparents easily only slept 4 or 5 hours out of the day and then got up, took a nap, and then got up again and took another nap.
Knowing that you guys are going to be going on somewhat of a hike through the woods, I would say pick and choose your equipment carefully. I don't think it's wise for Leomorn to be walking around with almost 68 pounds of gear on his back.
Weight training! It's all about the weight training!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure somebody must have suggested he leave that either in the cart or somewhere safe.
I would have mentioned it and just stared at him until he got the hint.
Oh no, I'd already know about, so I'll just, some of the more important equipment I'll probably leave behind on the car.
I carry all my equipment.
Yeah, whatever you don't need that isn't an essential thing, leave it. It'll only slow you down, Mr.
For the sake of time, you guys make it down towards the river wharf where everything is set up, and you actually see that there is a flat, like, walk-on barge, and you see that there's a rope that stretches from one side to the other. And you see that currently the barge is docked and set up on this side of the river, on your side, on Harlow Township. Where there should be, like, a ferrymaster that sort of operates the barge and takes it back and forth, you see that it's just sort of left unattended.
This seems rather peculiar.
To take ourselves there?
Well, I suppose you lose so many men in such a short time. You'd be crazy enough to go back.
I mean, you guys look around, and then there's only like 2 boats.
There's a bunch of rope.
There's like 2 boats out on this river right now, and they're just going downstream, almost kind of towards the lake to the east, where it looks like they're going to be doing some fishing before coming back. But it's a literal ghost town. Hardly anybody here.
Well, it looks like this place is pretty cleaned up.
Then we'll say that Thalion goes ahead and shoulders the load, gets everybody on, and starts pulling you guys painstakingly across. It takes you a little bit, but you make it, and now you guys are standing on the southern bank of the river, staring into the deep, twisted forests of the Hornwood.
Home. Home at last.
Oh, are you from here?
I was raised in these woods, yes. I mean, I've only just recently been this far north, but my home is far to the south. I mean, in a way,
it's like your natural habitat there.
Where I am standing now touches where I am from.
Maybe then you can help lead the way.
I would be happy to. But before I do, I'm going to cast a spell. If I'm going to lead the way.
Well,
I'll be sure to stand behind you. Thalion can stand in front.
So holding on to my crystal, which glows slightly with a magical aura, I say some words and wave my hands, and my robes glow a faint blue for a moment, and then the glow disappears. So I'm protected by my mage armor.
Me and Garsha will be beside you during this.
Okay, you guys set off. Begin.
That also
walking.
creates my aura, by the way, Mark, just so you know.
Gotcha. You guys begin walking through the woods. Unlike the Drakewald to the north, this is just sort of treacherous. Everything here is overgrown. There's really no structure to these trees as like branches shoot out, almost threatening to trip you if you're not aware of them. It feels very close in here, almost as if the trees themselves are kind of hovering and leaning over you. It's humid. It's taking on this weird tropical feel, although you know that you're pretty far away from the ocean at the moment, and a tropical climate is not something that's kind of used to here. You guys walk for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, just eating up ground, looking about. The strangest thing that you notice right now is that you do not hear the sound of animals. You don't hear the sound of insects. For the first time, you're realizing just how quiet it is.
It's so quiet. Too
If-
quiet. I don't
if
like
possible,
it.
To keep an
This
eye
is
out for
a very strange quiet. Like, even quieter than a library. Ugh.
if possible, I would like to keep an eye out for a white fox.
Okay.
How are Garshadow's senses here, since I'm noticing other animals are nowhere in sight?
You're noticing that the hairs that run along the back of his spine are pricked. His ears are up, and you see them sort of moving as he himself is kind of scanning. as he feels good. When you first entered, you could tell he was excited to sort of be back in his own natural environment, as the Black Lions that you know of all make their homes just east of the Amaranth Wood, along the forests and the mountains. But you're seeing now that he himself, just with his own animal instincts, is kind of getting unnerved, and it's starting to put him on edge.
I'm going to also cast mage armor on myself. Just realizing how quiet it is. So you see a small little shimmer of violet go from the crystal and just travel up the arm, across the body, and then down to the other arm as it fades.
You guys continue to move. More on alert. You can't even hear the wind. It seems that everything here is stopped. The light barely breaches the canopy through here, and you know that it should be around high afternoon, but it's just this perpetual dim darkness all around you. 6 hours. 7 hours. 8. Getting close to sundown.
As we're traveling, I would ask Thalion if he took, or did anybody say that all the people that were missing were men?
Men?
Been missing as well.
All the people that they described that were sent out and dispatched were men. But the thing they described the most was a lot of the people they sent out were members of the Watch, things like that. So you can assume that they were all men. It's a pretty safe assumption.
So we gotta keep an eye on our guys then.
Great. First few days and already
It was lovely. That's only almost the entire group but the two of us.
Very true.
I mean, and you guys have eaten up a lot of distance on this sort of trek. It's sort of been like, there's a couple stops now and then. But for the most part, you just seem more curious to keep going and perhaps find a reason for this unnatural silence that sort of almost mutes the colors inside and the sounds everywhere. It doesn't make sense. After about another half hour, you feel a sort of vibration. Zirak, Leomorn, Professor, you three in particular are very, very sensitive to this. And it almost feels like a thrumming. The vibrations are not only going through the earth, but you can feel it in your eardrums.
I'll look over to the professor, just visually trying to just meant like not saying it, but like kind of asking him silently, do you feel that?
I nod.
I'll share a mental note with my familiar to see if my familiar can sense it as well.
You can see that Naboo is kind of on edge. He's baring his teeth, and he's kind of gripping onto your shirt. The hairs on his shoulders and on the nape of his neck are kind of standing up as his tail is sort of at attention, and he's scanning around. You sort of walk further on into this thrumming as you sort of take it in, and now it's coming almost in waves.
Does it seem to be coming from a certain direction, or it's just all around us?
It seems to be pushing at you, and you seem to be walking through it as you progress further into the woods.
Is it like we're walking, there's a big old bass on one end of the room and we're on the other end, it's like boom, boom. We're
Think
walking.
of it as standing on a beach and walking into the water. And
Oh,
it's just
okay.
a wave. Wave. And it's just a strange thumbing or
I
thrumming.
will turn to the group and say it feels like we're possibly entering a source of great magic. Be on your guard.
I don't feel anything.
And Elise is looking at you, Valeria is looking at you, Drummond, as well as Thalion, and they don't feel anything. It's just the same sort of quiet.
Since I noticed that Lovecraft and Leomorn feel it based on their expressions, I will say, well, it is probably attuned to the weave. And those of us who have an arcane knowledge of the weave might be more sensitive to it than others. That is just my hypothesis, of course. But the closer we get, the more likely it is that I can prove this hypothesis.
You are now listening to Zirak, and you feel the words, the vibrations as well. As he looks to each of you and he's sort of speaking, the words kind of hit your face and you feel the vibrations of the sounds that he's making. Yet the sounds themselves coming off of him seem muted.
I would
That's not good.
speak Zirak in his mind. I go up and place my hand on him and I speak to him in his mind, saying that this noise is speaking verbally. We can feel, not hear them.
Would-
You can't hear this. I'm speaking. I'm
What the
speaking
heck
to
just
Zirak in his mind.
The thrumming continues.
Would my crystal be reacting at all to it?
You look to your crystal. You sort of look about. It's not reacting adversely.
I'm gonna look back over at the others like something's not right.
You speak out and your own voice sort of feels muted. But
And at least
the rest of you now,
kind of weird, like uncomfortable expression. Like, I hear you talking, but it sounds like I'm feeling it rather than hearing it.
at least, as you're saying these words, they're coming out muted. And as Leomorn's speaking to you, you can feel the vibrations of the sounds hitting off of your face. Leomorn, you look to her, and the vibrations of the sounds hitting your face from her words that are slightly muted away.
Oh.
What the hell?
And then now, as you guys sort of inch further and further ahead, Thalion, Elise, Valeria, Drummond, you feel a thrumming sensation.
No.
Just waves after waves of this strange thrumming. It is driving Naboo crazy. It is driving Garshadow to bring out his claws and stand on edge, bearing his fangs.
I will
to try and keep him as calm as possible.
I will ask Naboo if this is the same sensation that brought moonlight out of the sky.
Pain. This different.
Okay. I'm gonna push forward towards the sensation, even if I have to move ahead of my group.
As Valeria goes and
I will
grabs
join
Zarek's
you.
hand. Wait. Don't go too far.
And now it is the strangest thing. As you look to Valeria, who grabbed your hand and she's speaking, there are no sounds coming out. Just this vibration.
I give her a confident look, like it'll be okay.
Those of you trained in Arcana, give me an Arcana check.
Oh, fuck me. Of course, Xerac gets a freaking crit.
Well, it is, yeah, you know, it's my thing.
Leomorn, through your time training with your tiefling friend who sort of taught you how to focus your inner magic, especially with him coming from the southlands of Haran, a very known to be ancient place, he always told you about how within the weave itself there is some magic older than the weave itself, seemingly tied to the earth from which you stand, that most believe, and now you, Xerac, have also heard this many of the times, speaking with your favorite professors, having back and forth, just trying to gain the knowledge from all of that. This certain old magic tied to the very world itself is hypothesized. Something that which the weave feeds on to power itself and allows you to manipulate it. This feels very old. This feels very primal.
It's possible that Lovecraft's understanding of the primordial language might become helpful if we are to progress further.
Well, we can't exactly go back.
Oh no, Xerac won't go back. My curiosity is piqued now, and if there's something that is possibly older than the weave, I definitely want to know what it is. The ever-curious student in me is always wanting to learn new things.
Curiosity does kill the cats, but
that cat has 9 lives, my friend, and I've only lost 1 so
And
far. I've got 8 to go.
Knowledge brought it right back.
Oh, Elise is now my favorite person.
Technically,
never
what
heard
brought
that
it
part
back
of the rhyme.
was the priest.
Yep. There's the other half to it. Curiosity killed the cat, but knowledge brought it back.
You guys push on.
Never heard that.
Once I hear that, I place my hand on Xerac, and because he said he was here, I speak to him again in his mind. What do you know of?
I'm sorry, Chris. I heard, what do you know of, and then that was it.
what do you know of the Titan?
I know that they eat people, and they are taller than the walls of the city. And
I will need a history and/or intelligence check.
From who?
From the person you asked about.
Okay.
There are faint recollections in some of the oldest books, the College of Ceridane, speaking of entities older than that of the current gods. This was, of course, information that was learned from dwarves and elves, as humanity is sort of a twinkling light compared to like the brightness that the elder races have gone through this entire time. Large, primordial, creatures that seemingly shaped the world as it was now before they were gone. Most people speculate that it's just some sort of creation myth, something to explain why the mountains are, as the dwarves, claim that their gods made the mountains, even though the mountains have been here a lot longer than the dwarves. But there's brief, only because he rolled over a 20.
Very obscure passages make mention of ancient creatures, older than the gods even, that shaped the world as we see it today. But not much is known of them beyond that, and that's what I'll reply to the professor with.
So you hear that all in your mind, and it immediately piques your interest, Professor, at the mention of things older than time.
You see the professor get he smiles like you. Oh.
Did he smile or get a boner? That confused me with all
you know how you get that.
Why are you bent over holding onto your knees?
Perhaps the sound effects should be a little bit more like aha or oh.
I don't need the walker.
You guys are all
old man,
assholes.
are you? I guess the books must really get you going.
You guys begin to push. You guys begin to push even further on, and now as you move, the darkness around you kind of begins to get brighter, as almost appearing out of thin air. You see these sort of jellyfish-like masses illuminate and just begin to dance and move around you. And almost in the same sequence of the thrumming, you start to notice that these jellyfish-like masses undulate and move, almost in cadence with the thrumming noise.
Jellyfish did pop into mind at first, but then you said they're changing shape, so then.
And now you see some take on the shapes of what seem to be humans before moving off again. Others take the shapes of animals, again plants, and there's just this cacophony of lights. You turn around, and as far as the eye can see behind you, there's more of these lights in every direction, and the thrumming begins to intensify.
Can I try to call out to these beings?
What do you say?
I would like to say, we mean you no harm. I just wish to speak. Might we have a word?
You see one sort of float by you, and as you begin to speak your sentence in the cadence of your voice, you watch it begin to move with every word as the vibrations are escaping your mouth. We wish you no harm, and you see that it is undulating in your cadence, but it doesn't seem to be replying back.
These are jellyfish, right? I mean, me being of the sea,
So they have that strange sort of jellyfish look as they move. It almost looks like sheets floating in liquid.
Oh, okay.
It's sort of that undulating sort of like caught in the current, sort of like in slow motion as they move about you. Yet there's no wind around you. The only sensation all of you are picking up now is just this thrumming sequence beating off of your skin. You can hear it now much louder on your eardrums as it just sort of seems to intensify.
I would like if we're getting closer to the source, I would like to go again, follow the source, see if I can.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask too.
You move further in towards the bass-like thrumming, And in the distance, you start to see what seems to be a glow. Different from the blue and white around you. Almost like a pulsing pink and red. And you see the almost in waves coming off of the pulsing red glow.
Did I recognize the language that I heard that word?
Yes.
Was it primordial?
No. It was the other one.
Okay.
It's still off in the distance, but through the trees you can see it. And you keep pushing forward, and the closer and closer you get, the thrumming intensifies. It almost feels as if this is the source. It almost feels like you're pushing against a wind now, the closer you get. Without even realizing it, you're all sort of leaning forward, taking steps as if you're walking uphill, yet you are on perfectly horizontal ground. The lights continue to sort of dance around you in this sort of circus of illumination. And then the thrumming stops. The light glow goes away. I need everybody to give me a strength saving throw.
Oh no.
Oh, he had to be strength.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Didn't use that inspiration I had and re-rolled that.
Oh my god!
Wait, what?
I have you all beat.
Inspiration. That's even worse, though.
Use my inspiration now too. Okay.
I'm going to be using my inspiration.
Last one was Gar Shadow.
The only person who saves is Valeria.
Oh no.
As you guys sort of feel the force of the thrumming stop, and you all sort of like move forward really quickly, feeling the tension ease, and you look, and almost with an explosion, as you watch the trees in front of you sort of fall to the ground and stand back up in this sort of weird like sign that sort of like hits the ground and jumps back up to normal. This wave of sort of force just comes at you. Everybody except Valeria is knocked prone and thrown 10 feet back.
That's I can see Valeria. I just watched that Alita Battle Angel. I could see her being a lot like that.
You all take 5 points of bludgeoning damage, except Valeria. And now I need a Constitution saving throw as you guys are flying backwards through the air.
Oh no! God damn it! Oh, you said 5, right?
Yes.
5. Oh, I forgot to. I got the 7. I'm an old man.
Constitution?
Constitution. Zirak, Thalion. Yes, Valeria,
Okay.
even you.
Okay,
This
just
is
making sure.
something completely different.
Okay.
Mark, I got a 7, so even me.
Yep. Professor, Zirak, and Thalion. Your ears now are ringing. And those of you able to sort of keep the most off as you realize that this sort of large explosion of vibration not only attacked your body, but sort of attacked the eardrums, that it was also feeling this vibration. You guys are considered deafened. And that's for an hour. But you guys can repeat the save every 10 minutes. And as you guys are sort of picking yourself up from the ground, Valeria, you look forward. The red light. The vibrations begin again. And that's where we're going to leave off tonight. As it is almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I definitely need to head to bed.
So welcome to the Hornwood, guys.
I think I got my folktale mixed up.
Yeah,
you
this is
know,
why
it
I
wasn't
said.
like this when I left.
This is why I said just wait for me to give you the folktales instead of just randomly reading the folktales without knowing where they're from.
I got excited, man, but I'm like, oh wait, this one sounds very like what's going on, and nope. I will still.
You were throwing a curve.
Yeah, to Zirek, this is a very strange yet incredible phenomena that he's never had the pleasure of experiencing or hearing about.
Hey, but I know my history and arcana.
That is true, because you read a lot of books.
Reading is my sport.
There's a cleric in Dastow. You two would get along.
I like that guy.
Alright, good night, guys.
Alright, good night, guys. Yeah, I gotta go to bed too.
Thanks, everybody.
Time.
Sorry for the late start.
That's fine.
Trying to make sure that next Tuesday goes off without a hitch, as things are going to get weird. So.
Oh, great.
Talk-
You mean things are gonna get
That
even
was
more weirder in a not so awkward kind of way?
Things are just going to get weird.
I can probably communicate with this being, but I can't hear a damn thing anymore.